All right. I might be forgetting some things, but I'll just start here and see where we go. So I remember last time, I believe you spent most of the time looking into the art feud, and then capturing the bug also happened last session. And I believe I put the painting mission notes. If you want to look at those, if you want to focus on that a little bit this mission, you also have the relay tower mission and all the other stuff in your mission tracker.
And if I remember right, the game plan for today was to uh, find a buyer, research for the dead bugs, and then once we did that, we was going to do the relay station mission.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I also put. I'm still kind of reorganizing this and deciding how I want to do it in the future, but I have a calendar and a monthly report section. And so I think with your last, this being the first monthly report, you basically put 15K in the bank, and you came out at the end of the month with 12,145. And so you're still in the green right now. And let's see. I'm still fiddling with the ledger and finding out like what I want to keep track of and what I want to like not worry about. But I'm kind of happy with it so far.
So do you guys want me to do a roll for finding a bug?
Yeah.
Like I don't know if I should do it. Yeah, an online roll because it would mean I'd get more like people would ask.
Yep. I actually thought about this ahead of time. And you don't have to read all this now, but I put a little section under the Encyclopedia Galactica called Xenos and how to sell them. And so you can basically start by choosing whether you want to just auction it off, which is the simplest and quickest way to get rid of an item like this, or you can start looking for a direct sale. But even with good rolls, that could take a little while to find the right buyer.
Do we even know if it's like an exotic or completely unclassified creature yet?
Nope, you have not identified. You don't. The rolls you've used, the knowledge rolls you've used on it, you haven't. You don't know of any creature that's been classified like this, but you haven't had any experts look over it to reference it with any encyclopedia or anything like that.
Can I find can I try and find my first roll a specialist in the subject?
Yep, you can do that. That would probably be a connect plus int or a connect plus charisma, depending on how you want to do it.
What would the difference be between charisma and for this role?
Yeah, well, with charisma, you would be limited to looking around Flagstone, which is where I think everyone is right now. And well, actually, let me double check the calendar. Are you guys? Did you guys fly back to Flagstone, or were you still in the park?
I think we're back in Flagstone.
Oh yeah, that's right, because you transported the bodies you had. Okay.
I'll do an intelligent roll because I don't think there'll be anyone in Flagstone that could say if it was a completely unclassified. I don't think so. What do you guys think?
Yeah, well, there actually are some people in Flagstone that would know about that because even though this is a small town, the main business of it is archaeotech and exploration. But it is still, um, you are still limited. Intelligence would give you a wider net to cast over the planet.
But I have a higher roll with charisma than intelligence because I'm quite stupid.
Yeah, that's the balance. That's the sort of balancing thing here. The you can choose to roll like with your strength. You'll just be limited to the kind of expertise you'll find in Flagstone.
I guess I'll roll with charisma because even if it was like ages away, we'd have to fly over there with the bugs. and it would be kind of harder. Now that we have everything here, then it's more profitable just to move it. Hey, not as good as I wanted it, but it's fine.
All right. Yeah, so you can get a hold of a +1 professional with that kind of role on 1 day's notice. So, over the course of the 1 day of searching, you can have him look over it. Let me see how much it will cost, though. If you want him to do like a thorough examination and see if it's already classified or not.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, the price to hire him for the day would be 50 credits.
We'd only need him for the 1 day, right?
Yeah, it'll only take him a day to look at it.
Yeah, that's fine. I won't try and drop his like price because there's no point with that much. Don't want to be completely shifty Jew.
Yeah. I'm just updating the log real quick, and I'll see what this guy finds. All right, so this will take 2 days in total. On the second is the guy's located. On the third is the examination, and I'll just go ahead and roll to see how that turns out.
You boys want to do anything with your day?
Uh, yeah, I can't really think of anything.
All right, that's cool. So you do find out that the creature has already been classified, but there's not a lot of information on it in the data banks out here. You do know that there is a pretty high demand for this particular type of specimen based on the DNA and the profile of it, but there's not too
Is this
much.
the big bug or the wee one?
Both of them appear to be related genetically, so they would be the big one would be worth a little bit more, but they're effectively the same. They would be sold in the same market.
Okay. And each body would be costing like a set amount, or would you get more for bulk sale?
With this few of them, you'd probably just sell them individually. If you had a bunch of them, you might bulk sell them instead.
Well, we don't know how many there's in that hole yet. There's still some left yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you had 30 bodies you were trying to get rid of, it'd be probably difficult to find buyers for each individual. and so you would pack them all together and slap a little bit of a discount, and then you could get rid of like 30 of them and collect like 1,000,000 credits or something like that.
How many did we end up with altogether?
I believe you have 4 small ones, and then you have the big one. The 4 small ones. Well, actually, let me check because I think you picked up some bodies, and then in addition to that, you have a few like living ones.
Yeah, we got 2 living ones, which I was going to keep them in case they turn into big ones. Are these like a separate species than the big ones, or are they just the babies?
I think he said it was a related species, like a codependent, maybe.
Yeah, so he says he doesn't know too much about the life cycle because the archives are fairly limited. All he knows is that there's a little tag with it, and it's listed by a profile and DNA sample, so like a couple of photos and scans. And uh, he says that apparently the species incorporates DNA of local wildlife into itself, so it's kind of hard to get a read on exactly what it's related to or whether it's engineered or truly xeno. And and he says that the smaller creatures can be born from the same eggs as the larger creatures, is what he thinks is maybe going on there, but he's not sure about the life cycle itself.
Like a drone species.
Yeah, sort of like they can modify the genetics of the cocoon to make it come out a different way.
Sort of like they're like the
I was going to say Tyranids.
So you want to keep these bodies, guys, or do you want to sell them as soon as possible
Yeah,
so we can get more?
yeah, let's go ahead and sell the bodies.
All right. What role would I have to do to, find a buyer for these right now? Probably intelligence trade or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be a good bet. The most like these things are highly profitable. The most difficult thing is actually finding a buyer, even if you get a really good roll.
Oh, fuck no.
Yeah, yeah. Even with a really good roll, it could take a while. But and I'll go ahead and clue you in on most of the people that'll be buying this particular specimen would be research related, and usually it'll take a few weeks at least for the communications just to get back and forth. But the other option you have is that you can put it up for auction and on a particular day, and that's good for like getting rid of them if you can't find any buyers.
I think I want to wait for what's it called Michael to come back because he has a good trade and intelligent skill.
Yeah, he'd be pretty good at that. But yeah, in the meantime, yeah, you don't find really anyone who's up for buying this sort of thing at the moment.
I wonder if we can just leave him back at base. That would be a lot of shifting to do.
Yeah, and I just kind of threw together a ballpark price thing that I'll just use for now until I come up with something better, probably. But for now, the creature you have right now, if it's Xeno, the big one could be worth as much as 200,000 or so, and the small ones could be worth between 100 and 150,000. But again, you just have to find somebody who's willing to buy it, and most of those will be research firms.
Well, by now, what's it called? Michael will be connected, or sorry, rooted inside Pyrrha. So you might be able to find someone much easier as I can. but as well, that's a low-level town with not a lot of prospect.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will start to decompose. You're right, Pete. Well, I can't do anything else for the day because I've already tried. If you guys want, I can keep trying on Flagstone and see if anyone, because this is a town 4, I could try my Charisma Connect skill and try and find someone who'd be interested in researching these.
I try to find someone online that would be willing to buy them.
Do you have a good intelligence and trade?
I think in this case, it would be Intelligence Connect because trade is more about normal commerce, whereas with this, you're trying to find somebody who's willing to buy it.
I have an okay Connect skill, but I just have a terrible trade. I mean, a terrible intelligence. My character's a boomer, he doesn't know how to use the internet.
What's your intelligence?
My intelligence is 6.
Okay, yeah, I see.
My trade's +1. Sorry, my Connect's +1. My minister's +2.
Yep, that's a pretty decent roll. All right. So yeah. So Pete he does some searching around, and he eventually finds a research firm that put out a call several months ago looking for something that sort of matches this description, and sends him a message. And what's going to happen is it's going to go up to the Arobi station in orbit, and the next time a mail ship comes in, it'll pick up the data. With a big, there are ships that basically trade with information that just go into the system, pick up a big burst of data, and then they release it wherever it needs to go in the next system they go. And so you'll have to wait for that to get to the research firm, which is a couple of sectors over, and then when you hear back from them, you'll find out their sort of counter offer, and this will be how the negotiation process will begin. If you want to sell it on that sort of ground. Is there any other angle you want to look for, Pete, or do you want to find someone else on this planet, maybe like a collector or something that might be willing to buy it?
Do another roll, or is this based off 10 that I just got still?
I think for now, partly because I'm still figuring out how this will work. Um, you could probably base it off of the 10. A collector might not buy it for as much, but it's an option that might be open to you if you guys want to find a buyer more quickly.
Guess while I'm already looking up, let's see what all's in the market. I put all of our eggs into the research basket.
Are they willing to pay more for the live specimen?
The research guys will give a small bonus usually for a live specimen. Certain collectors will demand a live specimen exclusively, and it kind of depends. Each of these are valuable enough that they're treated as their own case by case basis usually.
Question: get rid of both live ones, or do we want to sell one and keep one in case we can do something with it?
Yeah, let's sell one and keep one.
Alright, yeah, so I just did some quick rolling in the background just to see what's available here. So the company, um, the what is it? The Offworld company that's looking to buy this is a military research firm, and you don't really know too much about them at the moment other than that. And there is one collector on this planet who is looking to buy the creature at base price, and you don't know too much about him. He appears to be a person who owns a couple of chemical plants down south. And neither of these buyers care if the bugs are alive or dead. The research firm will pay a little. They'll pay like between 10 and 20% extra when the final deal goes through for a living specimen, but they don't care too much. The guy down south won't pay any additional for a living specimen.
How long would it take for the like the sale exchange with the research?
Let me see. Yeah, it looks like there's no mailing ships in station in orbit right now, and this particular sector is 3 jumps away, so it'll probably be minimum 6 weeks before you hear back from these guys. And yeah, so if you want to go with them, you might want to look into putting the specimens on ice or something like that to make sure they don't decompose.
Well, that's a good thing we just installed a big ass generator at our base.
Yep.
We just gotta get us a big deep freezer.
Well, it'd be good for the crops as well to keep them in like cold store. Useful down the line.
So since we can add skills that aren't default, would like animal creature handling be something we could look into learning how to do?
Yeah, definitely. Let me see if there's a skill already for that. But if there isn't, you can also there's a blank space where you can add in your own skills. Yeah, I don't think it's one of the base skills, but you can put animal handling, something along those lines, and by clicking the plus add button at the bottom, and so you can learn a skill that way if you wanted.
How much would be like a large refrigerated, like a lorry truck, like refrigerated lorry truck for food and things like
Let me check. I could just.
Because if we could move it back to the base over a few days, and we wouldn't have to lift it. Lift the what's it called? Corpses, and then we could meet the buyer wherever they wanted.
I can't remember. I don't think we have a road to our base yet. I think the only access is either by air or by boat.
Well, why don't we rent out like a storage space in Flagstone then? Because we don't want to carry all these bodies to and from our base just to put them in the coal.
Yep, I finally have the opportunity to design rules for an ice cream truck in one of these games. But yeah, I looking at the other vehicles, looks like it'd probably be, you know, a nice large um, sort of a freezer truck. Probably costs somewhere in the ballpark of 10,000 as the base price for a new one. You could also rent space in Flagstone, probably be cheaper, even though, you know, obviously it'd be rental rather than owning it.
We wouldn't need it that long, just till the guy showed up or the buyer decides to come over to Flagstone and take it.
Yep.
How much would just a big freezer be at the base, or to put at the base?
Yeah, let me see.
Because we're going to need cold storage there sooner or later anyway, so we might as well knock it
But
out.
we could get cold storage after we sell them, and then we'd have enough money because we only have like 11,000 right. Just thinking about how much we have to pay our troops with and things like that. We could upgrade our base after we get like what, more than 100 grand for far more probably.
All right, yeah, I was just kind of looking at ballpark prices of other stuff they have in the game. Like a basically like a tech level 3 workshop would be like 300, and then like a tech level 4 would be around 1,000. So I can go ahead and put a like a basically a freezer workshop. Like if you bought like a tech level 3 workshop, you could basically turn one of those houses into a blacksmith, as an example. So I guess I'll put down for like 500 credits. You can turn one of these houses into a freezer.
That's a hell of a lot cheaper than getting a ice cream truck.
Yep, and it'll be a 10 by 10 meter freezer, so you can hold the big bug and all the small bugs and any number of other things you capture in the future, and all food and all that. You know, it can't transport anything because it's just a building.
No,
but...
I mean,
Oh yeah, well you have a helicopter, so you can move all of it on your own, and the gas is fairly negligible. I think it would be 40 credits or so, if I remember correctly.
you guys want me to pick up a cheap, like not a cheaper option. What's it called? Company that would try and get some of
If it's only 500 credits, I'll say just go ahead and get it.
the yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm just
Excuse me.
putting a marker on the map and just writing it down in roll 20 so I don't forget the number of credits and all that.
So we're going to the relay after that, or some more.
Now we'll go to the relay after this. The Vestroyan military should be crawling all over the park by now, so I don't want them underfoot.
Wouldn't want to have to use one of our favors to get out of jail.
They'll do the relay job, and by the time it's done, hopefully things will calm down in the park. We might be able to slip back up there and catch some live ones.
So we just doing right, putting some of our guys on it, or we thought last time we decided we
Yeah, we went ahead and put, I think, 3 of our guys from our base at the relay station, to go ahead and get started. And then after we got done with the bug, we're going to go ahead and go to the relay and finish out the job.
You guys have any preference on which of these houses you want to turn into a freezer?
well, if we're going to use this, like,
Since this one here is the big communal house, and might do the middle one here since it's the closest to the generator and the communal house, so that'll be good for food storage and stuff. So just put it in that, make that middle house here the freezer.
Alright, that'll do for now, I think. And you already have the structure built, so that'll take almost no time to install. and I'll go ahead and I guess you can pay for that with the money you have in the bank right now, probably.
Yeah. When you call a shotgun, but the kidnapper still throws you in the trunk.
Alright, so this will be the 4th, and you have free time while you're waiting for the freezer to be installed and everything. And so you guys were looking to go to the relay next?
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, so you all want to jump in the helicopter and go ahead and fly over. Is there anyone who's staying behind? And is there anything you're bringing along?
I don't think you'll need an engineer job.
Yep, it's mostly a protection job.
Yeah, I'll probably just stay at the base. Go to the time. Everyone. Maximum morale level.
Alright.
Possibly help out with the gold. And
Alright, so I'll go ahead and load up what you guys see. Alright, so you do a couple of flyovers while you're trying to zero in on the location of the relay. And you see the River Vastos, running up sort of from the northeast down to the southwest. And there's a large sort of mud bank that slopes down into the river, where there's sort of seasonal floods that occur in this area, and so there appear to be structures that are built out on the dried out mud right now. And unless you want to do any other analysis of the situation, you can go ahead and decide where you want to put your helicopter down, or what you want to look for.
So all this is generally level ground.
Yeah, it's mostly flat. Each contour is 10 meters.
guess we can. I guess if it's not going to be in the way, we could probably put the helicopter here, maybe.
All right. And I assume that Pete is the one that's flying the helicopter right now.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, if you decide to land in the clearing, you can kind of see from the sky there are a couple of people wandering around the upper site, and you can go ahead and just land your chopper right there with no particular issue. It's a nice open flat ground, and the weather's pretty nice today. So yeah, you land down, and there's nobody immediately greeting you, so you can either seek out somebody nearby, or you can um, do anything else you want to do.
I guess we can go to the control center.
All right. Yeah, it looks like
Assuming whoever's going to be in charge is going to be there.
yeah, yeah. It's both the power station and the control center are all fairly short buildings, about 10 meters high each, and they look like they're made of mostly concrete. And the relay tower itself, it looks like the foundation is still being sorted out, and there's a lot of materials laying around it that need to be assembled. But yeah, you can go to the control tower, or the control center rather. And is there anything you want to do, Pete?
Now let's go with him over to the tower.
All right. So I get distracted with the roll 20 pop up. All right. So yeah, you get greeted by someone near the control center. It looks like a normal construction worker, and yeah, so he just says, "Oh, you get the new crew that's coming in with the new foreman."
We're tactical solutions. We're here to provide security.
He says, "Oh, okay. Yeah, we just arrived. I think yesterday evening, and yeah, we haven't heard of the new boss yet, but I heard they're running a little bit late. uh, yeah, we can. We heard we were getting some mercenary work out here, so make yourself at home. I'm still figuring stuff out around here. In the meantime, it seems the old crew left this place in a wreck, so we're just getting everything sorted out."
Is there anybody left from the old crew that's still here?
Yeah, there's a couple of them. They're down the hill at one of the campsites. We haven't talked with them much. We've been mostly up here trying to sort out the boxes and stuff. But yeah, I see them walking around down there. we've been on kind of a tight schedule, so I haven't had time to make much chit chat.
All right, then we'll get settled in and get our job started.
Yeah, you see 3 or 4 more people inside the control center, and they just appear to be moving around and organizing stuff in there.
Since we had 3 of our PCs up here, I guess we can put Station 2 on this section and 1 down in this section. And then I guess me and Pete can just, float back and forth between them as needed.
Alright, I'll make some little arrows to represent these guys then.
Meanwhile, I want to go down the hill and talk to the older crew.
Alright. And you said you wanted 2 to sort of wander around up top, and then you wanted 1 down in the lower area.
Yeah, 1 down here, then 2 up here.
Alright.
Just have them patrol their areas.
Yeah, and the jungle is between 15 and 20 meters high on any of these jungle marked areas, and so you can't actually see the campsite down there from the top of the hill, but once you make your way through a little bit of the brush, you can see it. And I'll go ahead and reveal some text real quick. Alright, yeah, so you see tool sheds and work supplies, and it looks like a mobile garage with some construction vehicles up there on the top. And then down on the bottom, you see a couple of, it looks like tents and small makeshift dwellings over near the tree line that all look lined up and really organized. And then you see a whole bunch of hastily constructed haphazard stuff in the middle of the mud. And these 3-meter high walls just made of random supplies that have been stacked up, and it's kind of scattered around the area in the middle of the mud. You see a couple of people wandering around, but no one comes up to greet you right away until you reach the barricade. Is there anything you want to do at this point?
Yeah, I'll ask them if they're the ones from the crew.
Yeah, well, one of them answers you. He says, "Yeah, I worked for for Jace Barnes, who was the previous foreman here. The most of the rest of us did as well. Just waiting around for the flight out of here at this point."
Is there anything you can tell me about what issues this place has been having before the new guys arrived?
Yeah, a couple of them sort of look over, and he says, "Well, we've been having people disappear in the middle of the night, and things have been, getting worse and worse around here. Just there's been bad luck with this construction project from the beginning, and recently it just got so bad that that Jace ended up resigning."
Was there any pattern to the disappearances?
Well, it's mostly people disappearing in the middle of the night, and sometimes we would hear them calling out to us in the jungle, but everyone who went to investigate didn't come back. And a couple of us were veterans from way back in the Catalian War, so they had rifles with them, and when even they didn't come back, we made it a rule to not go outside at night. But even then, we still had people disappearing from within their tents, and sometimes we would hear them in the woods shortly after their disappearance, and other times they wouldn't make a sound.
Was there anything specific they were saying when you heard them calling out in the woods?
It's a little bit different in some cases. I haven't heard. Um, I'm hearing some of this through what other people tell me, but me personally, I heard people screaming in pain, and I know other people claim that the ones who go missing will call out and tell people to um, yeah, they'll call out for assistance and not seem like they don't seem like they're in distress, but even in those cases, nobody comes back. Barnes, our uh, the previous foreman, his uh, one of I think it was his second in command. I didn't get to know him that well. He went missing. He was one of the first to go missing. In fact, we kept hearing his voice telling us that he needed assistance out in the woods, and he had been missing for 5 or 6 days at that point. So it was so odd that none of us went into the woods after him, but and we had already had other strange disappearances before that.
Is there any particular direction people were disappearing into or hearing voices from?
Mostly into the woods in the northwest, and the most of the time, uh, people say they feel safer near the river because they can see farther. I don't know if whoever's doing this to us or whatever's happening out here. I don't know if it just stops near the river or if it just stays in the woods. But it appears that this only happens at night um, and originates from the tree line, I suppose.
Have the new guys heard about any of this yet?
One of us tried to go up there and tell them, but they didn't seem very receptive. I'm not sure. Um, you know, we weren't too sure what to do about this when we first started encountering it, and they probably don't believe us, is my guess.
Well, I'll make sure to tell them and I'll make sure they listen to me because I'm going to have a drone in the air looking out into the woods, and if I see anybody moving around in the woods at night, they're liable to get shot. So I'll go tell the noobs.
All right, I appreciate it.
And I'll make my way back up to the tower area and find who I talked to before and tell them to gather all the new people around. Including all our guys too. I'll tell them as well. Just get everybody together.
All right. Yeah, there's maybe a few dozen workers in total, and you get including the old guys.
Now that everybody's together, Simo will address him. So here's the situation I've heard so far. The previous crew told me that there have been several disappearances, mostly at night, while hearing their comrades call out for help from the woods. So that being said, now that Tactical Solutions is on the scene, I want everybody to stay within camp at night. If anybody goes wandering out into the woods, you're liable to get shot.
All right. And
And if you hear anybody out into the woods, alert one of us, and Simo will point out, his guys. So if you hear anything suspicious, see anything suspicious, or hear anything out in the woods, let us know. We will investigate it.
all right. And if you want to give me a charisma plus lead, just to get an idea of what'll go on here.
Oh, God. Jesus, fuck. Can I fake point that?
Yeah, if only. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the points you make are just basic common sense. The only time will tell to see how receptive certain people were to the message.
It's all fun and games till somebody gets disappeared.
How tall did you say the control center was? 10 meters?
Yeah, the control center is 10 meters high.
Is there a way to easily get on the roof?
Yeah, you could scramble up there. There's no ladder or anything like that, and it's basically just smooth concrete. But you could like pile up some crates nearby and get up there pretty easily.
Before nightfall, I want to see which buildings would make like vantage points to keep an eye on camp.
Which is the tallest building?
The tallest will probably be the mobile garage right now. The relay tower will be probably between 50 and 80 meters, it looks like, by the time it's done. But right now, they're still working on getting the foundation sorted out, so it's less than 10 meters high. The mobile garage is probably 15 meters high.
I'm assuming it's got like a flat top on it.
Yeah.
Set up a guy on each of them. The mobile garage and the control center. Keep an eye on each side.
Yeah, that's probably where I'll make my sniper nest. It's up on the garage.
Alright, then I'll go up on the control center. We can have the rest of the guys just stay ground level.
Is the garage tall enough to where I can see over in here?
Let me see. Yeah, it probably is, because you have 10 meters of elevation, and then you have another 15 meters from the garage. So that'll put you at 25 meters, and the jungle is between, I believe, 10 and 15. So
Okay.
you can make out the campsite.
All right. I'll set up shop on top of the garage then. And once it starts getting, once the sun starts going down, I'll put up my drone. I'll put it up in the air about 1 kilometer, set it on standby, and that should give it a pretty good view of the surrounding area.
Right. And where was it you wanted to place your guys again?
I'll just have 2 up here, 1 down here. I'll just have them patrolling around the.
All right. All right, and yeah, is there anything that you want to do before night falls, Pete?
Now I'm just gonna set up shop on top of the control center. Actually, how close can I move the helicopter into base without it being in the way?
You could probably move it um, just about anywhere. All this area is mostly cleared out. There's like stuff scattered around, but it can be cleared out and moved. Um, you just, you'd want to be a little bit of a distance from a building just to make it easier to land, but that's about it. You could be there pretty easily between these three buildings.
I parked like right here.
Yep, that can work.
Because if most of the people are disappearing and being heard from northwest, I don't know if I want to leave the helicopter that close.
Yep.
So after I move the helicopter, I'll just get up on the control center and
Yeah, and so the
keep
camp.
looking.
Yeah, the new workers. A lot of them are actually like basically building a small campsite up near the control center because the campsite down in the mud, which is technically where they're supposed to be staying, is still occupied by the old crew. So everyone's having dinner, and the things are going pretty much like normal. And let's see what else is there. Um, is there anything? Uh, I think I may have just interrupted you actually because I wasn't paying attention. Was there anything you were doing, Pete?
Now, once I got up there, I was just gonna sort of keep an eye on over in this direction.
All right, cool. Yeah, and just as a heads up, I was awake too late last night, so not on my A game, but I got my notes, so I'll keep it together as best I can. All right, let's see. Yeah, so as night falls, if you guys, I believe you're both using slightly different observation methods. So, if Pete, you're using your eyes, you can do wisdom plus notice, and Simo, if you're analyzing stuff with the drone, you can use intelligence plus notice if you want to do that.
Alrighty.
All right. So maybe this occurs at a time, a few hours into the night. Um, the drone is maybe doing a pass over the western side of the map, and while Simo's focused on that area, Pete looking through his. Uh, you said you were analyzing with a some type of optics.
Yeah, I've got my low light goggles.
Yeah, you can see what looks like a large, maybe jungle cat type creature out in the woods, on the very edge of the sort of perimeter that you've established with your optics. I marked it with a purple square up in the north.
Radio CMO. Telling there's movement to the north. Time being, it's just an animal.
And I'll turn my drone to look that direction and zoom in and get a better look at what it is.
Yeah, using, once you have an idea of where it is, you can pop on the sensor suite, and yeah, it looks like a large cat. It has these almost like bone spines extended through its back and shoulder plates, but it doesn't look too out of place compared to the other strange wildlife you find in jungles like this, distant worlds. And it appears to be slowly prowling towards the camp. And dinner time was about an hour ago, so you could draw the conclusion that maybe it was prowling around downwind just a while ago.
And I'll radio all our guys and tell them there's a large cat coming north, so in case you want.
All right. Yeah, they acknowledge it. You have this would probably be something you'd set up earlier, but you have the radio frequencies of everyone on the site, so you basically message everyone with that, I assume.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, the guys in the top camp just send you back with an affirmative or acknowledging the signal, and the guys down south don't appear to respond, but quick glance over there, you can see them scrambling around down there. Looks like they've got the jitters. All right. All right. So yeah, you sort of you keep an eye on that contact for a few more hours, in addition to continuing to scan the horizon every now and then. Yeah, it gets to the edge of the wood, and it's just sort of pacing around a little bit behind the tree line, just keeping an eye on the campsite.
As long as it doesn't look like it's going to breach the perimeter, I'll leave it be.
All right, and if you guys want to give me another notice check with the same stuff as before, intelligence for the drone and wisdom for your eyeballs. Nice. All right. So
Killing it so far.
yeah. All right. So the a few more hours into the night, and the sort of nightlife of the jungle is taken over. So there's a whole different ambience to everything. Some creatures hide away, and other creatures come out, and you hear a strange noise way out in the jungle, over on more on the northwestern side than and it's kind of difficult to make out. It's on the edge of your hearing at first, and it sounds like almost like a conversational human voice out in the woods. And I'll go ahead and put a purple square. Well, actually, this will be more like a circle because you're getting a general area where this is coming from. I'll go ahead and draw that. Um, however, the stellar notice rolls, you zero in on it, and even though you can't make out exactly what's causing the noise, and there are a couple of small heat signatures in the area, nothing megafauna size, nothing more than nothing like human body weight equivalent or higher. So you're still zeroing in on what exactly is making the noise, but because of the high notice rolls, you both notice that it is directly mimicking a conversation that is happening right outside of the power station right now between two of the workers. And one of the workers, he's fiddling with what looks like a sandwich wrapper or something in his hand, and the creature is mimicking that as well, in addition to the conversation.
Okay, can I patch what the drone is hearing through our comm system?
Yeah, you could do that.
All right, I'll patch it into the open, to the frequency everybody's on, and be like, listen up, we got a contact in the northwest. It's mimicking. I'll name the two individuals who are making this or having the conversation. Say it's mimicking them, every sound they make, and then I'll play it through the radio.
Yeah, so this just like quickly becomes a cacophony of feedback, and though everyone's data slabs chirp up with this noise, and it begins mimicking that, and then that goes into your comm link, and then it goes back to these. So it just quickly becomes like the screeching noise, and you hear a bunch of sort of complaining, like "What the fuck is going on?" Like coming from the upper camp.
Once it starts feeding back, I'll cut the feed so it doesn't get too goddamn overwhelmed.
Yeah.
But at 560 meters out, that's some damn good hearing on this thing to hear all that.
Yeah, the lower campsite, they still got the jitters, like they've had a bit too much caffeine. Um, Most of them don't look like they've slept at all tonight. The upper camp looks more annoyed by this whole affair.
Fortunately, my drone has grav muffles on it, which makes it hard to hear out from, double check, I think it's 5 meters. Yeah, out over 5 meters, it's hard to hear, unless it's a stealth drone anyway. So I'm going to move it about 100 meters up over that area and have a look down, see if we can get a better look at what's there.
All right.
And with the grav muffles, it shouldn't be able to hear it, since it's 100 meters up, even if it's got good hearing.
Yeah, give me another notice plus intelligence. All right. Yeah, you fly up, and just above, like about 100 meters up, and just give a real thorough scan of the area, and just narrow it down by heat signatures. And the noise is still coming from the area, so especially once you get closer, it's a bit easier to zero in on it. And you eventually believe the sound to be coming from a small, it looks like a very colorful creature. It looks almost like an owl and has these long, sort of feathery eyebrows that looks like it's made of almost more like antennas than eyebrows. Like they seem to react to the environment around it, and it appears to be direct, like has these large what would you call it? Like I can't remember the term. Yeah, whatever the it has a large antenna like hearing organ that appears to be directed at the camp, and it's making the noises that you've been hearing.
So you say it's about the size of an owl?
Yeah, it's maybe um, well, I don't know off the top of my head how heavy an owl is, but no more than 10, 20 kilograms maybe. It's a pretty large owl, I suppose, but it's much less than a human.
All right, I'll relay what it looks like to everybody and say that it doesn't look like it might be an immediate threat given its size. I'll just tell everybody to keep an eye out. I'll get my drone back on its patrol.
All right, and while that's going on, Pete, can you give me a notice plus wisdom? All right, give me just a moment. While all that's going on, and you hear the chatter over the comms, you notice there's a guy comes out of the mobile garage, and he's holding what looks like a pile of old junk, and he looks like he's heading over to the tree line to dump it out.
Can I see the cat from around
Yeah, and you also,
the woods?
yeah, the cat is still over there, and it's still marked on the map. You can't, because of the jungle cover, it's difficult to make it out. It'd be difficult to get a shot on it, but you know where it is generally, yeah.
I'll call out to the guy, tell him just dump whatever he's got inside the perimeter wall, and we'll take care of dumping it in the woods in the morning.
While he's doing that, I'm going to take a shot at the cat.
All right. Okay, go ahead and do a shooting roll. Or fire with the weapon, rather, and modify it on the other end. All right. Yeah, bullet rockets off into the woods, and there's definitely you know the whole the guys in the upper camp are they're some of them are basically just feeling more and more inconvenienced, but the guy with the box of stuff, it's really shocked. He drops what he looks like he's about to complain about being told to drop what he's got and go back to bed basically. But after he hears the gunshot, he immediately complies. Yep, and you can't tell whether you hit the cat, but you do see movement in the underbrush over there. All right, and the situation, other than that, doesn't seem to be developing much further. There's a little bit of idle chatter over the comms, not to you guys, but over the open comms, as a bunch of people appear to have been awakened in the last few hours, and so some of them are grumbling and some of them are making small talk with each other. is there anything you want to do in the immediate future? Before more time passes, basically.
Actually, I'm gonna reload this clip. I'm gonna switch to trank rounds.
All right. All right. And so it's about midnight at this point, and the camp starts to quiet down again. The other than that, there doesn't appear to be any other developments, and eventually morning comes. Yeah, the owl-like creature appears to have moved on by the time morning comes, and the cat sticks around during the morning, but eventually runs off and follows the river northeastward. And are you guys, having been up all night, are you planning to sleep during the day, or do you have any other plans in that regard?
Yeah, about an hour after sunrise, Simo is going to bed down, go to sleep.
Same.
All right. Yeah, you might get awakened by equipment being moved around or comms chatter every now and then. But for example, you're aware of when the several helicopters arrive to simultaneously drop off the new crew and pick up the old crew, and they'll land down in the mud flats near the new campsite between that and the relay tower itself. And so you could choose to interact with that if you want to, or you can let it happen on its own, basically.
Simo will go down there and meet them. And once the helicopters clear out, he'll give them the same speech he gave everybody else the previous day.
All right. Yeah, the workers, the part of the new crew that were here last night, they sort of grumble and complain. Then the new guys look more confused than inconvenienced at this point, but most of them are just sort of nod along with it. They know that you're here for security, so they're willing to give you that much authority at least. The old crew, they basically throw everything they can into the helicopters over the course of an hour or so, and then the helicopters lift off. And you guys also meet the new manager, Edna Stavron, who's the person in charge of the operation now. So she and her staff of construction workers, and she has an architect with her as well, and they set up camp in the control center. Has a little office in there where they put these fold-out bunks.
And I'll give her a more detailed account of everything that's happened since we arrived. Tell her what the older crew told me and what we saw during the night.
Yeah, she pays pretty close attention to what you say, but yeah, actually, let me look at the skill list real quick. Yeah, I guess this would be if you could do a charisma plus notice real quick.
I'm not at my desk at the moment. I had to run to the bathroom.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. But yeah, she does appear to be listening to you as you speak, more so than the main workers. You can tell that much, definitely. And and yeah, her staff spend several hours organizing things and getting everyone a nice place to sleep and everything. She also spends a good amount of time complaining about the maintenance of the vehicles in the garage and blaming the previous foreman for the poor maintenance and poor work of things. Generally, just the whole schedule being several weeks behind. I'm just marking these days in the calendar to help me keep track of it real quick.
Alright, I'm back at my desk. What'd you say to roll?
Charisma plus notice. Yeah, so you give her the report, and she seems to be listening pretty listening more so than the other workers have so far. You do get a slight impression that maybe uh, she's doing so for more legal liability reasons than her genuinely trusting your expertise. So you know that much at least. The she's more concerned with the work schedule at the moment than the safety of the site. She doesn't seem to be concerned about any dangers in the woods right now.
Well, after that, he'll go back to bed.
All right. So yeah, you guys sleep during the night. The new campsite is now occupied by the people who were sleeping up on the upper campsite the night before, and the upper campsite is now occupied by the new crew that has been flown in. And so, is there anything you guys want to do on this particular night that's different from the previous one?
Go back up control center.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back on the garage and get my drone doing a patrol.
Yep. So if you want, you guys can do a couple of notice checks.
I see nothing.
Yeah, I wish they had timestamps on these Roll20 chats. Is that notice the one you just made, Traffic?
The 8.
All right, cool. I was just making sure. Yeah. So, yeah, Simo doesn't really notice anything at first this time, and Pete does notice a. It looks to be a couple of workers making their way from the new campsite down towards the river. So I'll go ahead and mark where those guys are real quick. Yeah, it looks like they're. You can see them in um, the south of, I guess, the relay tower, and they're making their way southeast right now towards the river. It looks like they're holding large empty water jugs, and this is about maybe 3 or 4 hours after sunset.
Guess I'll just keep. Maybe the. I just. Patch of trees.
Yeah.
I can switch between that and maybe the water. Back and forth.
It looks like there are a couple of large birds' nests up in that patch of trees, up in the really high branches, and the little island itself looks like it's a rock outcropping that, the top of the hill itself becomes an island during flood season, basically. So yeah, there's a little bit of movement over there, but you don't see anything suspicious at the moment. Right. So yeah, that develops for a while. So these guys, they're over down by the river, and they look like they're spending a good deal of time down there. They appear to have some filtration device with them, so they're filtering water from the river and putting it into these large jugs. So they'll be doing that for the next hour at least. All right, hold on just a moment. All right, you hear gunshots in the north side of the camp. It's coming from that guy.
All right, I'll get on the comm and tell him to report.
All right, so he's freaking out. He's like sort of screaming into his comm, and you can hear him yelling, even over over from where you are on top of the garage before the comm, and you can't make out exactly what he's saying. He's yelling about some type of monster in the woods, like you know, maybe right after the gunshots, you hear him scream like, "What the fuck is that?" And then just a number of expletives, and just goes on into gibberish from there. And he unloads his entire magazine into those woods.
Alright, I'll focus the drone over in that direction in my own eyes through the low light goggles.
All right, give me a might be another int plus notice. All right. Yeah, there's a couple of different heat signatures out there. You definitely do see some sort of movement, and you're trying to tune it for the right thermal sensitivity and everything. And you can see his bullets impacting the soil, and you kind of try to use that to zero in on the location, but you can't really see anything that looks out of the ordinary. A lot of birds and small critters that are running around startled from the sudden noise.
And I'm going to look through my rifle scope with my goggles on to see if I can get a better view with my low light goggles.
Yeah, you can do that.
Since the thermal seems to have so much trouble with it. That would be in notice wisdom.
Yep. All right. Yeah, it so you fiddle with your high tech sensors, and you can't really get them to cooperate in the moment, at least not to find anything. And then you decide to switch over to your optics, and you do see a anomalous heat trail through the woods that appears to have been left. And let me draw that real quick. Yep, you should be able to see that.
Yep.
It appears to be well above human body temperature. You can see it stand out well above the heat of the forest that radiates out during the night. And the it also matches where the initial burst of rifle rounds landed.
Now that I got a better idea of what I'm looking at, I'm going to see if I can match my drone's sensors to it and then send the drone after it since it's got a 5 kilometer range.
Yeah, you can track it down using the heat signature. Yeah, you could do. This would probably be a. Let me reference the book, because you might be able to consider this a tracking role, but I need to check to be sure.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hey, how's it going?
Could be better.
Could be worse.
Yeah, could be a lot worse. Ooh. Are you in the middle of something?
Oh, is anyone else getting an echo from Michael, or is it just me?
No.
And 1, 2.
Is it better now?
No, still like.
Okay, that's weird.
Let me see if it's coming. I think it might be coming through on roll 20 for me. Roll20 has a voice chat thing that sometimes turns on automatically if you allow it to access your microphone.
How do I do this? How can I turn it off?
If you click the little cogwheel on the top right
Yes.
and you scroll down, there should be an area that says video plus audio chat options.
Yes.
I don't I can't see any microphone on my end because I have the microphone blocked on the site by default. But you might
Is it
be
better now?
not yet. Let me see if I can mute it from my end, and Rommel as well might be able to do that. Alright, I just turned my master. Oh, wait, that's just the music volume. Let me look for another thing. Oh, I found chat timestamps. I'm glad that's a feature.
Hmm. What just happened?
I just clicked a button and it refreshed my page. I don't hear you echo anymore, and what I did is
Okay.
yeah, you sound good now to me anyway. I just turned off. I went to chat tech and I selected none, no audio or video, and that fixed it for me.
Okay.
Good for me now.
All right.
So are you in the middle of something?
Yeah, we're doing the relay mission right now. I think Aloysia is spending his time back at the base, raising morale for the time being, and the crew is out, guarding this base on the map.
Okay. Where am I?
Well, you could decide to either have stayed in Flagstone, or you could be at the base with Aloysia, depending on how do you want to do this.
I'm going to stay in Flagstone.
Okay. Yeah, I think if you stay there a week, you can use your connected trait as well. Alright, now last thing I was looking up was that survival roll. Let me see what that was again. Survive. Yeah, I guess this would be intelligence plus survive if you want to track this with the drone.
Alrighty. Well, oh yeah.
Yeah, I forgot I muted the sound thing, so I didn't think to look up Roll20. Yep. So yeah, you managed to track it for quite a ways. You get the heat trail sort of winds and goes up and down hills. Eventually the heat sort of dissipates, but you do make um, you do make out a what looks to be a small like a small entryway into an outcropping of rocks. Like um, I guess you could call it a cave, but you'd have to squeeze to get one person into it. A tiny little hole in the ground.
How about my drone? From the description, I think the Ghost Walker is fairly small.
Yeah, let me see. Ghostwalker drone. Yeah, you could probably fit it in there. It doesn't have. I don't think it has propellers. It probably uses anti-gravity, so it wouldn't, uh, tear itself up on the rocks or anything like that. You could probably squeeze it in there.
Alrighty. I'll squeeze it in. I'll move it slow too. That way I don't come up on anything too quick.
All right.
I probably look weird to everybody else. I'm just standing there staring off blankly into space.
Yeah, I was picturing you using a data slab, but I forgot you have a drone control link installed. That's actually a good question. This has probably been going on for a few minutes, and there have just been gunshots in the camp, so everyone's probably awake, especially up top. Do you want to do anything with all this, Pete?
Are the two guys still by the river?
Yep, they appear to have looked up, sort of inquisitively, at the hail of gunfire that just went off up there, but they're still chilling for the time being.
Send Simo's track that I'm still gonna do.
All right. All right, and oh yeah, I forgot. I was looking up what skill to use here. All right, so I think this would be a dexterity plus program from Simo. Oh, did you hear me, Nash? I don't know if I was hitting the button or not.
Shit. I accidentally disconnected myself when I plugged my phone in.
Yeah, I'm desperately trying to find something that I forgot about in the book. But in the meantime, yeah, I don't know if you didn't hear me earlier, but that program plus dexterity.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear you at all.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm also trying to find, yeah, find something, which is why it's taken me a second.
Yeah, I need to buy a couple levels in program. Speaking of, have we gotten any XP lately?
Oh yeah, the last report, you guys, um, I guess we can apply it. Um, After this mission, you'll get some more XP, but yeah, after this, you'll be looking at getting 2 XP from back with the Tory Homestead situation, and then you'll look at 2 XP from this at least, depending on how well you do, and and then you have other you insult the other missions that you have in progress that are likely to be finished soon. I think the bug mission is pretty much done, so you can get 2 more XP for that. Yeah, I can look all that up in just a bit.
And one of my goals is obtain cybernetics, which I finally did when I got the drone. Plant. So are those like worth 1 XP apiece?
Do I get XP too? But just
Yeah,
them.
yeah. You have individual goals that you can get. You can get
Okay.
XP separate. But for missions, I was just gonna dole it out to everyone pretty much. I don't see why not.
Okay.
All right, sorry. I was just I finally found the thing I was looking for. Okay, so um, so yeah, Simo, you're carefully negotiating the sort of moving this drone through the sort of cramped space of these rocks, and you manage to see a. It looks like a piece of the rock at first, but it's radiating a lot of heat, and so you're a little bit wary of it. And then it leaps out at the drone, and it appears to be. Um, Let me just see if I can drag a picture of this onto the map real quick. It appears to be
Yeesh.
something like this. And it lunges out with one of the larger arms that are attached to it.
Thankfully, the Ghostwalker's got a decent AC. Does it hit?
I'm checking with the Ghostwalker. I happen to have the stats pulled up still. Oh,
It's got 1 hit point though. If anything hits it, it's dead.
It does in fact miss. So it lunges out, and it actually it does physically hit the Ghostwalker, but the armor protects it. So what do you want to do at this point?
Back the drone out as fast as possible because it's expensive and I don't want to lose it.
All right.
Once we become millionaires, I can buy a dozen of these things, but
Yeah, in real talk, this is one of those things. I was rolling for your guard's patrol, and one of your guards, I was expecting him to just see something spooky in the woods, but he got a crit. So he noticed exactly what was in the woods, and that's why he dumped all his ammo. But yeah, so that's the creature you see, and you successfully get the drone out of there.
and I'm going to back it up about 10 meters into the air and just focus it on the entrance to the cave. And just have it hover there.
All right.
Actually, this thing can see 2 kilometers. I'll back it up a few hundred meters into the air and just have it focus on that entrance and give it a wider angle in case this thing comes out anywhere else.
Yep. And meanwhile, the yeah, at this point, it's probably been 15 minutes or so, and let me. I always forget these. Yeah, Edna is wanting to know if there's been a situation or if she needs to call anybody.
I don't know if you need to call anybody, but there has been a situation. One of my men shot at something in the jungle and I tracked it to a den. And then Simo's going to go into great detail on what he saw.
Could you send a clip of it? Or not
Oh yeah, I could send a clip of it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to, especially when you have the control link. So yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, I'll just link what I saw to the compad and just show her. It's like this.
Yeah, she handles the situation pretty well. You hear some of her assistants in the background. They they seem pretty upset about this. You can't hear exactly what they're saying, but some of them sound kind of panicky. She says, "Well, I don't know what's out in those woods. I wasn't told about any of this. Look, I'll call my superiors. Just keep an eye on the camp in the meantime." All right. So, yeah, at this point, the guys near the river making their way back up. They're not really making a quick time of it. They're just walking and listening over the comms. The urge to purge. Okay, so I think I have everything sorted out on my end anyway. If you guys want to, you can do another notice check to sort of get an idea of how well you can stay alert and keep an eye on your surroundings for into the near future. And as usual, wisdom plus notice for using your eyes, and int plus notice for using any sensor suite.
Since I've got during watching the entrance of the cave, I guess I'll be using my own eyes to sound can.
Oh, did you do a roll, Pete?
Oh, doing a notice.
Yep, notice plus wisdom. Alright, nice. Alright, just struggling with layers for a second there. Okay, over by the old campsite, while the gunshots woke up a bunch of people back at the new campsite, and they kind of idle around for a little bit. Some of them go back to sleep, and others uh, decide to get some stuff done in the middle of the night. And you see a couple groups of people heading over to the old campsite to pick up some of the gear over there and move it into the new campsite.
And I'll focus my attention over in this area to make sure nothing's sneaking up on them.
All right. I'm running out of colors to code these things. I'll go with, I guess, a magenta thing for this one. Yeah, that actually blends in pretty well, unfortunately. Let me go with a blue. Yeah, so even that doesn't really show up very well, honestly. But yeah, there's a little blue marker in the old campsite, and there appears to be some sort of commotion coming from that area. And you pick this up over the comms, and also because you're analyzing the area pretty well.
Alright, I'll focus on that spot through my scope. See what I see.
All right. Yeah, with the as far you can't make out anything visually because there appears to be a material of a tent in the way, but with thermal sensors in your scope, you can make out that there appears to be a guy on the ground wrestling with something. He's on his back, and there's something that appears to be a wrestling or wrangling down there.
Alright, I'll contact this guy and tell him to head up there and take a look.
All right. Is there anything you want to do during the 2 or 3 minutes, Pete?
Am I? How tall are the trees? Can I see any? If I look through my scope, can I see any of this happening?
You can. It'd be difficult. It'd be a small vision penalty. The very tops of the trees would be obscuring your view only slightly, but you still technically have line of sight.
I'm instead gonna look in the woods in this area outside the camp. Because if whatever's wrestling with the guy came out of the woods, so I want to see if maybe.
Oh yeah, I actually I just noticed your I noticed your notice. I didn't I wasn't paying attention because I was making those little arrows at the time that while I was waiting for the roll. So yeah, you're paying attention mostly to. I'll factor in that notice roll in just a second, but you're paying attention mostly to this area while all the commotion's going on. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's kind of it's not something you notice at first because it kind of blends in with the local wildlife, but there appears to be it looks like a small like portly creature, kind of like pig shaped. One of the another strange like genetically engineered terraform creature here. But and a couple you've seen a couple of them running around in the bushes. They seem to be at least somewhat nocturnal. Most of them you've seen are at night. And this one is laying on its side and it's panting really hard. And so that's something you notice off in the bushes right there. Other than that, you see the normal sort of fauna of night that you've gotten used to over the last night. Different birds and small creatures climbing up in the branches. Yeah, and when the guard runs over, a couple people at the new campsite seem interested by this, especially with the gunshots from earlier, and some of them are just kind of exacerbated, like they like what's going on? We want an answer as to why we keep getting woken up, and Edna's talking to them and trying to calm them down over the comms.
Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah. All right. In the meantime, your guy finally arrives on scene, and appears to be a like a large type of like a river rat, kind of like a capybara type of creature. And it apparently leaped out of a chest where it was eating some of the rations that are left behind in this tent, and this guy has been whacking it with a shovel and trying to throw it out of the tent, and it's been it's taken a few chunks out of him with its large teeth, but he's not in any mortal danger. And right as your guy arrives, the river rat runs out of the bottom flap of the tent, and the the situation seems to have mostly resolved itself so far. So yeah, you can go back to nominal operations, or you can launch a new investigation of some sort. And during this time that's happening, you're mainly listening to people argue over comms, the workers and the new staff. That is.
After that situation resolves itself, I'll go back to just watching the surrounding areas and keeping an eye on my drone feed.
All right. Yep, and eventually morning comes, and as the sun rises, is there anything you guys want to do before heading to your wherever you sleep during the day?
I think I'll just head to bed and see if I can set my drone to alert me if it detects any movement coming out of the cave.
All right, let me see um, what the. I think I'm gonna check how long you can keep drones operational. Basically, I'm pretty sure they have a pretty long life. Okay. I think it says drones typically consume one Type A power cell for every hour of use. Yeah, so this would be, I guess, a logistics issue to sort out. Um, I'm not sure. I guess you could slot in whatever reasonable amount of A cells. I don't know if there's a magazine necessarily for drones. Do you happen to have any A cells on you? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, I've got plenty of A cells on me.
Okay.
I don't think Ghostwalker has the mass to fit any more than one on it at a time, so I'd probably have to bring it back.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the other than that, the morning pretty much goes as usual. Everything kind of calms down. Some of the people are kind of grumpy from not getting enough sleep last night, but work continues.
These you ungrateful fuckers are still alive.
All right. Yeah, they make pretty good progress on the relay tower. They set the concrete and get it in the right shape that they need. They just need to let it dry overnight, and they have some machines that assist with that in this sort of climate and weather. And it does start to drizzle a little bit, but the other than that, the weather remains fairly cooperative for the time being. And then as the sun goes down, the night shift takes over. Your three soldiers wake up, begin their patrol, and you guys set up as before so far.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. The weather does deteriorate a little bit going into the night, and it starts off mostly overcast, and then it starts to rain a little bit harder, and a lot of the dry soil starts to loosen up into mud again. There's a lot of scrambling right after sunset to get some of the machinery covered and to make sure that certain things aren't left out in the mud. Large, heavy tools might be completely submerged in the mud since the soil is pretty deep in this area. So there's a lot of shouting and sort of, um, I guess you could say, this is different workplace drama surrounding that you hear over the comms going into the early part of the evening.
Since it's starting to rain, I guess I'll have my drone centered over camp and just have it rotate in place like a security camera and just have it watch outward.
All right, and give me the notice checks for the beginning of the night, if you would. All right. Yeah, so Simo, you notice a heat signature emerge from the northeast, just along the tree line, and I'll go ahead and mark it with a purple square. Actually, I'll use a purple triangle.
All right, I'll focus my scope on it. Actually, I've got TL4 binoculars. I'll look through it with those. Those have got infrared too.
Oh yeah, those will probably, yeah, you'll get more of a visual than rather than just a heat signature off of that as well. All right, yeah. So when you can get the initial heat signature, and waiting about 5 minutes, it'll you can do another notice plus wisdom to try and zero in on it as it moves around in the underbrush and the slightly uneven terrain. All right. It looks to be the big cat you saw earlier on the first night you were out here. And it's just
All right, I'll radio everybody, let them know that the cat's back. Let's not get trigger happy.
yep. So make a note of that and keep an eye on that area. And that goes on for the next hour or so. And the cat sits just a little deep into the trees, and just stalks around the camp back and forth. All right, and about like 2 or 3 hours after that, there are a couple of workers emerge from the new campsite, and they start heading up the hill. And it looks like they're carrying empty boxes, and they're also wearing raincoats with to deal with the downpour and trudging through the mud that's building up down there. And then they're starting to scramble through the brush and get up towards the control tower, or control center rather. All right, so that's the situation for the next hour and a half or so. The three people, they pick up a load of boxes, and then they head back down the hill through the brush again, and then back out to the new campsite. And it looks like they're just carrying stuff back and forth between those two places. Yep, one of your patrols gets visual on the cat. They at least can see the eyes out, between the shrubs and the downpour. And he lets you know over the comms, but he doesn't open fire. The cat seems to be keeping its position for the time being.
Yeah, just make sure you keep an eye out for our two-headed friend with too many.
All right. And without a notice roll, you both make out there's a large disturbance. A whole bunch of birds suddenly take flight in this area. I'll draw purple circle. You don't see what stirred them into motion, but just basically every bird in that area leaves the trees at the same time.
How hard is the rain coming down?
It's not quite a thunderstorm, but it looks like the wind is picking up a little bit, and you're at it'd be like a -2 visibility modifier, game mechanics wise.
Alright, I'll risk flying my drone over there real quick. Give it a once over, see if I see anything close.
All right, if you want, you can do a notice plus intelligence, scan the area. Yeah, you can't really see anything in particular. There's a lot of heat signatures in the area, and there's a lot of residual heat from apparently a large flock of birds that have been nesting here for the night. There are also some bats hiding inside the trees that confuse the signals a little bit, so you can't make out exactly what was going on over there.
Alright, I'll bring the drone back. I'll tell everybody to keep an eye on the general direction this way since something disturbed the birds over there.
All right. So about an hour after this, your guards have been spending a little bit more time on the west side of this encampment. Um, for one reason, neither of them are very interested in being dragged off into the brush by a large jungle cat. And the other reason being that they are trying to keep an eye on this area where the disturbance was located. And a couple of things happen at once. One of the guards, the southernmost guard on the relay tower team, he hears a human voice calling out from the woods. And around the same time, these three guys emerge on one of their runs to get up here, and one of them is missing. And they're sort of they come out of the brush and they're kind of standing there, looking for him, and then they're getting really impatient having to stand out here in the rain, and they call out for him and he doesn't answer, and they look like they're about to go back into the bush. And I'll put a marker for the voice where it's coming from.
I'll calm him, tell him to hold position. One of my guys just reported he heard voices from the woods.
All right, yeah, they stand there. They look a little bit confused, but they don't look worried right now.
I'm gonna fly my drone and basically start it pretty much where they're at, and then just move it up this way towards where the voices were. See if I can pick up any.
Yeah, you can see a pretty obvious heat signature. You can't make out any anomalous movement yet, but if you could do a, I guess a notice plus int, I don't normally like spamming these rolls, but just trying to get an idea of how much you notice. Some of it'll be just a given, though. Yeah, the body, you make like a human body shape heat signature out in the woods. You don't see anything, anything anomalous other than that. There's no heat signatures surrounding it or anything like that, as far as you can tell. And I'll put a little marker for exactly where the humanoid shape is, and it happens to be the area where the voice is coming from. And it looks like it's um, laying on its back, sort of arms and legs spread out, and you can make out there's a reflection off of the plastic material of the raincoat, so it looks to be the missing guy.
I'm going to tell everybody to hold position. Basically, keep my drone locked in on his signature, and I'm going to go check it out myself.
All right, so you were sorry, you said you were gonna fly the drone closer, get a better look at it, or were you going in person?
I'm just going to keep the drone where it's at so that I can keep an eye on that spot, and then I'm going to go check it out myself.
All right, cool. Yeah, you can do that. The figure doesn't appear to be moving. You can see it looks like very labored breathing, the rise and fall of the chest, and every now and then he lets out a sound, sort of like a hoarse voice, um, and you couldn't make out like what he was saying earlier. Your people were just able to hear him over the rain and the sounds of the jungle at night, but with the drone you can make out he's saying hey, over here, where am I? He's yelling stuff like that. So yeah, and there's no change in the environment other than that. So you climb off of the mobile garage and then you head over there.
Yeah, I'll head over there at a jog.
All right. Do you want to do anything about this, Pete? You can just do Overwatch or anything else you want to do.
I'll just stay where I'm at. Keep an eye on the area.
All right, cool. All right, yeah. So Sima, it's kind of a hassle going, through the brush because there's all these thorns and vines everywhere. But you manage to make your way into the tree line, and you can see the guy laying on the ground in a small clearing in the ferns.
All right, I'll move up next time. Give him a once over real quick, see if he's wounded.
Yeah, it looks like the front of his shirt has been ripped open. You don't see any. He seems to be all in one piece. Um, you can do. There will be. Uh, how exact? I guess yeah. How exactly you want to start off by examining him?
Since I can see his shirt's been ripped open, I'm going to check that area to see if he's bleeding. And if I don't see any blood, I'm just going to look him in the eye, give him a slap or two on the face, see if I can get his full attention.
All right. Yeah, he doesn't react to you at all when you stand up next to him, and he's still making the same voices and noises he was making earlier. When you sort of examine the his chest, it looks like his rib cage has been popped open, and it looks like there's something growing inside of it.
Uh-huh. Well, upon seeing that, I'm going to radio Keaton, one of these guys, to come help me move him. Do they have a first aid station tent anywhere around?
Yeah, there'd be local someone trained in first aid here. They'd probably be in the upper camp rather than the new campsite.
All right, once help arrives, we'll move him to the control center.
All right. Yeah, so your guy walks out there, and let me see
I'm
how
gonna
he.
hop off control center as well.
Yeah, your guy's taking this surprisingly well. He maybe he's just telling himself that this is a weird accident so far. Who knows how he's dealing with this? Yeah, so you guys you drag him out of the brush, and once you get him out of the tree line, it's easy going getting him the rest of the way into the camp. And yeah, you can get him into the control tower or control center. Well, that probably takes a good 10 minutes or so. There's two guys that are still holding these boxes of stuff, and they're starting to complain over the comms. Do either of you want to do anything about that?
Yeah, while we're en route, I'm going to radio to get whoever the medic is to meet us at the control center. And I'll tell him that there's something growing inside the guy's chest, so have surgical tools and something, sturdy container if possible.
All right. Yeah, the medic he wakes
And
up.
I'll tell these two guys just meet us in the control room, and I'll go over to the camp-wide channel, so nobody go into the woods for any reason whatsoever.
All right. Yeah, so the two guys on the top of the hill, they sort of, they still look like they're more confused than worried, and they make their way to the control tower, looking to at least get out of the rain. Control center, I keep saying tower, but yeah. So you put that message over the comms, and you guys make it back to the control center fairly safely. One of your guys is in there. The other guy continues to keep watch over by the palisade. And Pete, you're still keeping watch from the rooftop.
No, I had climbed down and I went out there to help him. Body.
Oh yeah, my bad. Okay, so yeah, you helped with the body, and you guys get into the control center. And by the time you get back there, the medic waking up and prepping any medicine he has with him has woken up the rest of everyone, and so they're all chatting and getting each other up to speed with the situation. And you guys just want to basically drag him in there and throw him on top of the nearest table or something?
Yeah.
All right. Let me see.
And once we're back in the camp and I'm standing still, I'm going to return my drone back to the center and just get it back on surveillance.
Yeah, so one of the things you notice on the way when you're carrying this body is that he's still making, he hasn't acted any different since you first found him. He's still, making the same noise as he was making before. And when you throw him onto the table, you have a better lighting situation, and the medic rips open the rest of the guy's shirt and starts cutting clothing around the wound, and it looks like there's some type of a series of organs and tissue that's sort of grown around his lungs and is basically controlling it like a puppet, and tendrils from the growth seem to wrap up up the interior of his neck along the esophagus. It looks like a very fresh wound too. Something basically made an incision and implanted this within him within several, maybe a minute or less.
All right, upon getting a better look at this, Simo's going to get back over the comms, and it's like I repeat, nobody go into the woods or anywhere near them for the rest of the night. Period. For any reason.
All right. Yeah, I don't think any of you have eyes on the new campsite, but there's additional chatter on the comms that could lead you to infer that a couple of people are waking up and doing basically the same routine as before, waking up, confused, grumbling, but they're a little bit more worried. You know, this is the second night they've been here, and weird stuff is still happening. All right, so yeah, so I was understanding after you dropped the guy off, you two were what were you going to do immediately after that? Back out on patrol or back to positions or anything else?
Now I have our guys back to positions, but I'll stay here with the medic and just keep my drone rotating on the lookout.
I was gonna say at least one person should probably stay in here with the body in case it does something.
All right, so let's see.
Since I'm basically just standing still, I can divide my main action and move action with focusing on what's in here and looking through my drone sights.
All right, so yeah, one of your soldiers is complaining about the cat is giving him the creeps, just standing there staring at him from the tree line of the jungle. And so that comes over the comms.
I'm gonna radio back to him. I'm looking at some kind of fucking organism growing up through a guy's chest and working him like a puppet. You're looking at a big cat. Which one of us is creeped out?
That's a fair argument. All right. So yeah, so that's just something that comes over the comms while you guys are in the control center. And then, meanwhile, the medic is he doesn't really, you know, he's not trained for this sort of thing, believe it or not, and so he in fact he's kind of trying to figure out whether this guy is even still alive right now, because when something like this is growing around your heart and lungs, then having a pulse doesn't necessarily mean much. And so he's trying to figure out how to approach this, and he begins by making an incision into some of the tissue, and then it appears to react violently, and some appendage of it lashes out at him, and but completely misses him. And one of the other people in the room reacts by grabbing a large pipe wrench and just smashing it into the cavity.
I'll push that guy away and say, I'll try something. Let's try something else. I'm going to grab a couple of my trank rounds that I had left over and just basically start injecting the guy with those. See if that does anything.
Oh, the trank darts you have?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I suppose we can do this the way we were doing it before. You won't have to roll to hit, so you could just roll the damage for your gun and count it as basically the same way we do the poison. All right. Yeah, you get the dart in and inject a good deal of trank into the body. Is there anything you want to do while this is happening, Pete? You want to cast an exorcism spell or something?
I wish. I'm just gonna keep my gun at the ready in case a couple rounds in it quickly. Though I've still got trank rounds loaded.
All right. Yeah. So the trank rounds they appear to affect the corpse itself. The tissue, the organs and tissue, you can't really tell how much those are being affected. They still appear to be modifying the function of the lungs and vocal cords, and they aren't able to move the lips or tongue, which is maybe how the explains some of the hoarseness of the voice. It appears to be forcing air through the windpipe and modulating it in a certain way. The and the trank appears to have disturbed that by weakening the muscles that this organism has hijacked. But other than that, you can't see too much of a change in the situation.
Since I've got trank rounds loaded in my gun, I could just shoot the organism itself with one. See what it does.
Yeah, you could try that.
If I'm at point blank range, does the roll to hit matter? Or is it going to be more for rolling for damage?
Oh no, you don't. You don't have to roll to hit, um, and you don't have to. You could inject it like you would a syringe, or you could even just shoot it like you would normally. But it's not going. It's completely immobile, and you have all the time you need to line up your shot, so you can just roll damage. All right. Yeah. So the trank dart embeds itself in some of the flesh of the creature, and you do see it reacts immediately violently. It lashes out in a random direction, but nobody's standing that close to it anymore, and then it appears to rapidly contract, which causes the corpse itself to make a shrill, almost inhuman screaming noise, and as the lungs are completely emptied of oxygen, and then the organism appears to contract rapidly and then lie still.
Alright, let's say we load him on the helicopter and get him to a hospital.
Maybe box both things up individually and seal it.
Yeah, I like how Michael and Irwin are like, kill it with fire, and Ash is like, oh, this guy needs a trip to the ER.
Got any band-aids? You'll be fine.
And some ibuprofen.
Walk it off, champ.
It's like, hey, we brought this thing back to the HQ, but it's okay. You know, like we can keep it, right? As long as we feed it and clean up after it and all that. But yeah, so yeah, the guys outside, they down in the new campsite don't quite understand the situation up here right now. The the two workers who took shelter in the control center, just saw their buddy in this state, and they're not taking that too well. So they get shooed outside after causing a bit of a commotion by one of the officers here, and then Edna is currently trying to get a hold of her supervisors, as you do.
This is above my pay grade. What do I do?
This is above all our pay grades.
Yeah, right now she's basically asking to, what's going on, get me the hell out of here. And in a few hours, she'll probably calm down enough to ask for compensation as well. All right. So, yeah, the body after that little that last gasp, if you will, it lies pretty still and isn't making any noises anymore. So, is there anything you guys want to do at that point? Medic looks like he's packing the body up and trying to isolate it as much as possible.
Yeah, I'll give him a hand on that.
How small is the organism that was entwined in him now that it's shriveled up?
Yeah, it's it hasn't shrunk that much, but it takes up about uh, the space in the chest cavity between the heart and lungs. It kind of compresses the heart and lungs to fit in there. Now it's only slightly smaller, maybe 10 or 20% smaller than that.
Is it like the size of like a small pillow?
Yeah, you could use it as a pillow if you wanted.
I would probably advise against it.
Just shrink wrap it first. Seal it in some plastic. It'll be.
We gotta find some way to merchandise this.
We gotta find out how comfortable it is. Give me the perfect pillow.
All right, and the weather starts to clear up a little bit. It's still pretty windy, but it's not raining as much, and the moonlight also comes out, so there's slightly better visibility. The two guys who were shooed out of the control center are sleeping on the power station floor. They're not allowed to head back to that narrow strip of trees until morning. And stuff looks like it's settling down for the night. Are you guys going to go back to your normal patrol patterns until morning, or are you going to do anything else?
I guess we'll go back to our normal patrol patterns. Remind
Yeah.
everybody, do not go into the woods until morning.
I want to make sure the body and the organism are. Did they pack them together, or are they both like individually sealed?
The organism hasn't been fully extracted; it's still attached to the body. And this guy, after the organism shriveled up, the body no longer has a pulse. So the medic has declared the body dead. So he's wrapping it up in a makeshift body bag to try and isolate it.
Should we leave the organism? Don't really know what this is, or if it's gonna Trink's gonna wear off. I was sure we wanted to have control of a body still.
We should probably leave it with the body because, let somebody with a little more expertise than us take it out.
I have to do more than just have it in a body bag, though.
Put it in a body bag and then put it in a crate.
All right. Yeah, and some of the crates here are pretty heavy duty, so he isolates it as much as possible. There's no they didn't bring any actual body bags with them, but he gets it into an airtight wrapped up bag, and then carefully stows it away inside of a heavy duty crate, and then latches it closed. All right. Yeah. So after the body's stowed, yeah. So if I keep asking the same question over and over, it might be because I was thinking about multitasking too much. But you guys were wanting to return to your normal positions once things calmed down and the body was stowed.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. It's most of the night is over at this point, and it's easier to see and hear things once the rain has passed. The cat appears to have moved back around to the other side, its other position, and it appears to be laying down and on a fairly dry rock that's stuck up out of the rain, and is just sort of snoozing there. And then let's see. Yep, I think that's the situation now. So if you guys want to do another notice check, just get a gauge of uh, the attention that you're at for the rest of the night. All right. Yeah, there's you keep pretty good track of the surroundings. There don't appear to be any more disturbances in the woods for this night, and you also keep an eye on the cat, and it doesn't look like it's directly going to bother you. And once morning comes, the the cat moves on its way and heads back into the northeast again. And once dawn approaches, the the officers who, after the incident last night, they officially speaking, went back to bed, just wanting to have a meeting in the morning once they can get corporate on the phone. And but most of them haven't slept at all during the last night, and Edna herself has been on the phone all night talking to various people. So they're having a meeting in the control center trying to figure out what they should do, from a business perspective here, and the workers are getting their, um, beginning the day like normal.
I mean, if they want to stay in the area, they should probably level the trees around here.
Agreed.
So, yeah, you guys go to sleep and pretty much like same business as usual.
Yeah, if they're still in meetings, then I'm not probably going to get till afterwards, so might as well sleep for.
All right. I'm just trying to keep the calendar updated so I can keep track of the timeline here. All right. Yeah, just jotted some quick notes down on the calendar. So I believe you guys have been out here for 3 days. Um, is there anything that let's see, um, Martin and Aloysia might be looking to do during 3 days of having the home to themselves?
Well, I would. Well, I guess besides entrenching myself in Blackstone, I guess I ask around for a biologist or researchers or something like that because of the. No, I research it. I don't look around. I research it on the internet, and I look for uh, uh, researchers and biologists and that stuff on the internet, in particularly in Flagstone or Pyra.
Yeah, you can do that. That would be a no plus intelligence probably. Do a little bit of looking around.
No percent.
All right, nice. Yeah, we did a little bit of research at the beginning of the session and knew at least that the bugs were classified already. We just didn't know what species
Okay.
they were. You are able to find out, in addition to that, that this is a species that exists on multiple planets. Whether they were brought there intentionally or ended up there some other way is unknown at this point. But you are able to get that lead in addition to knowing that they are classified already.
Okay. Can I also get an idea how much they're worth on this planet?
Yeah, you guys already have a ballpark figure for that. The small bugs.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, to a research institute that doesn't have access to these bugs already, they'd be willing to pay between $100,000 and $150,000. And for the big one, credits rather than dollars. For the big one, um, they'd be willing to pay as high as 200,000 credits for it.
Mm.
Yeah, mainly they would be looking to reverse engineer any materials that the bug is made out of, or any biological processes it's capable of by dissecting it and doing various experiments with the materials that it's made of. But of course, this means that you're kind of limited in how many specimens you can sell them, because they're not going to buy 1,000 specimens. You know, they only need a certain number.
Right now, we only have one. So
Yeah. Well, you have I think we have 2 that are living and 3 or
yes,
4.
2 living small ones and 1 big dead one, right? Or did I?
We
And
got
four
one
small
big dead one, 4 dead small ones, and 2 living small ones.
Yeah, so you're sitting on a lot of potential money. The only complication is finding somebody that's actually capable of, that has the hookup to get the research done and
Mm-hmm.
be willing to actually pay you all those credits.
Well, I guess I use my connect focus. I can connect it. I can call in a favor once per day if it's reasonable.
Uh,
And
yeah, you could. You're connected in Pira, I believe, and you'll need a few
yes,
more days to be connected in Flagstone, and then you can do that as well.
but I would like to just ask, my contacts and Pira if they know any research institutes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
can do
telling
that.
them about the bugs, just asking them about research institutes and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, you can do that. They, um, if you ever, research institutes aren't. Most of them don't have standing offers for selling things in bulk. Each project they work on is done as a case by case basis a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But the if you ever need a really esoteric item like some type of artifact or a rare species to sell, then you can call in a favor and maybe get a good deal or locate a buyer you normally wouldn't be able to locate very easily
Okay.
using those contacts. Okay, cool. So yeah, if
Well, I
there's
guess and one other thing I would like to do is I would like to look for the hacker workstation. What was it called? The thing that the hacker needs to
yeah.
do his thing while I'm in Flagstone.
Yeah, well, that'd be something you could buy pretty easily. Let me see where it is in the equipment.
Yeah, probably another hour or so. Put Dan Lemmy out there together.
Let me see. I think.
The
Let
gate's
me
so
double
straight,
check
gates.
actually.
Head Steve.
Good idea.
I contact the company, the relay, and ask them how much they put it up. Plug in chest, having my groups.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'm just looking at the toolkit right now to see if it'll cover this workstation.
Aaron and
Yeah. All right. So, and I'll go ahead and write this down somewhere in the. I guess I can put it in the equipment section. I don't have anything written there yet in the Encyclopedia Galactica and Roll20, but um, a programming workstation of a pretty decent quality would be like tech level 4 quality, be 3,000 credits.
Okay.
And that's just the workstation. You already have buildings though, so all these empty buildings at your base. So
Uh-huh.
when you purchase the workstation, you can just install it into one of those.
Okay. Can I make the price lower?
Yeah,
Or
you
cool.
could potentially negotiate along those lines.
And what do I have to roll?
Yep, sorry, I was just writing this down. Let's see. You would probably roll in this case. Well, let me double check. Trade might be good here, but I want to be sure. Yeah, I think trade will work. This is a ubiquitous good. It'll be found in pretty much every city here. So you
Okay.
can roll trade plus charisma if you want to haggle with this. Oh, nice. Let's see here. Alright, so instead of 3,000, you get it for 2,400.
Okay, I take it. And then a medical station would be good as well.
Yep. Let me see what that'll cost real quick.
Our medic knows how to use a medical station, right?
Yeah, they'll already be familiar with the equipment.
Okay. Do these workstations come with their own supplies, or
Yeah,
just... Okay.
yeah, they're stocked up. The price of purchasing additional stuff is automatically accounted for with maintenance, just for
Okay.
simplicity's sake. Alright, so the medical stations are a little bit more expensive, but the let's see, a decent like field hospital, which would be like a tech level 3, that would be, let's see here, that'd be 5,000. A proper tech level 4 like medical bay like you would find aboard a starcraft,
Mm-hmm.
that would be more in the range of 10,000 credits.
We should hold off on. We don't
Yes.
have a lot of money left.
So no medical workstation?
Not right now. Like
Okay.
we now know the bulk, and we can probably buy one after sell the bulk.
Okay.
Yeah, just wait for the next paycheck maybe.
Okay. But at least our hacker can work properly now. And else, I guess I just, entrench myself. That's
Cool.
it.
Yep, I was just checking in with you guys to make sure you weren't too left out of all the fun that's going on in the jungle right now.
I'm calling up that damn fucking what's it called? Relay tower maintenance.
Just set up like
Physical
a
news network.
Yeah,
Could you set up like a conference call and we could like double team her?
Now I'm gonna call up like their what's it called, their customer support and ask for the manager.
yeah. Well, what are you looking to get out of the call?
Well, I'm gonna run off like my administrative cost for my company. Need to help Relay Tower. You've told us that there wasn't any potential threats, but now we found out there's a viral, possibly infectious creature that lives off its host and slowly corrupts them and eats them. Then I'm going to run off the administrative costs like psychological therapy and analysis, Xeon sterilization for my troops when they come back, spread to the rest.
damages for their families, and
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Damages to the equipment possible.
I just like the deadpan legalese there, where you say, "Yes, I believe that you said in the contract there was no potential risk of hazard, and yet there is now a an alien creature that lives off of its host in the area. So I would like to be compensated for this."
Think aliens, most hardcore accountant that survived to the end.
Yeah, the accountant that successfully sues Wayland Yutani for the alien incident.
Massive legal battle.
You can use administer as like legal stuff. Yeah.
Well, running off administrative costs, I could use, but if it's something else,
Yeah, it's this could be you could do a charisma plus administer or a int plus administer. They would be kind of in the same ballpark. The int would be more of a technical argument, and the charisma would be more of a knowing how to intimidate without threatening and all that, whichever you're better at.
Emotional argument.
Yeah,
ha 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 ha.
nice. Yeah, I'll make a note here. And you can leverage for stuff more than money, which in some cases. But for now, I know I wrote down how much you guys were getting paid for this mission somewhere, but I can't find it right now. So
Yeah, it was like tiny amount, 30,000. I'm
yeah,
gonna threaten to news. They're a news station, aren't they? Setting up a real.
yep, they're broadcasting
I'm gonna
network.
go to one of their competitors' story that they have let this untold virus if they don't give me.
Nice. All right.
You're paying for my silence.
All right. Cool. Yeah. Eventually, I'll hunt up how much you guys get paid. Something in the area of 30,000. And I just made a note with your role, and that'll modify how much you guys get paid at the end of this.
You should keep in mind that if we blackmail these people, they'll probably never hire us again.
I don't mind. Fucking.
Well,
you always need your CNN.
well, maybe we should keep that.
They are the media. The media could be our worst fucking nightmare.
Yes, maybe we should keep the option open.
One media corp versus another. You get in with a kind of like political ties.
Yeah, I guess.
It's always good to have a little bit of publicity. I'm sorry, it's just going on down my political plan to be.
Yeah, I was just about to make that comparison with Aloysia going to war of the media over here.
It's fake news, except for
So it's like the CNN of this planet.
Well, the CNN of this planet would be more of the, I guess, the Arobi network. Maybe it's not a
Strachan Broadcasting is the best.
Yeah.
Feldman is fake news.
Yep. All right.
Sorry.
Yeah. I got all that noted down. So, and I think I got the calendar up to date. So, yeah. Meanwhile, back out of the jungle, basically.
So did Alyosha get a manager?
Oh yeah, yeah. I just made a note of it. I couldn't remember how much you guys were getting paid, so I'll eventually find it in my
I hope
notes.
I wasn't just shouting down at you something. Shouting down the phone at our crying.
Yeah.
Get me your manager right now.
Yeah, no, you got a hold of them, like, and it'll basically be like a protracted phone battle between different. You're working your way up the chain. You start off with the person
They
at the
keep
front desk.
sending me to different departments. Not my department, man.
Yeah, but no, you wrestle some increases to the pay. Threatening legal action and everything like this, and smearing them by going to competitors. All the tricks in the book that you know.
Okay.
I feel pretty accomplished.
That reminds me of something I wanted to ask. But could we revise our contracts to basically say um well, basically to just press more money out of our customers?
Well, that's what we did. We just need some kind of starting implication.
Yeah, but I think it would be better if we had that in contract.
Well, I think we always do. That's why we have the
Yeah, I mean it's all above board. You're just talking them into, there's nothing against.
Okay.
Yeah, you're doing all this in the open. If it were being, extortion and blackmail is in the open would be handled a little bit differently than what we're doing now.
Do we have a what's it called? A clause that says we are not responsible for any damages or loss of life or something like that.
Yeah, there's already something sort of like that. You can still be liable in some situations, but part of your original contract with this mission is that you'll be compensated for any loss to your own assets or personnel, and
Okay.
you're not responsible outside of gross negligence for anything that you destroy while defending the installation.
Okay. Just making sure.
But I would expect that if kind of like not doing our job properly, then have to pay out for some
Yeah, like if you.
negligence.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
we had to sign a contract working. Like they had also conditions for working with us, right?
Yeah. In fact, the non-combat thing would be one of the things that they fucked up on, because they did have reason to believe there was funny business going on with the site from the beginning, and
Okay.
and they told you that there was no combat out here, because if there had been, you would have asked for more money.
Okay.
Is there any
Yeah,
legal precedent owns the creature now that's dead?
that's a good question.
Anyone who scrapes it off the ground, usually.
Because
Quickly,
technically,
Pete, take it.
tactical solutions
The guy,
quarantine
Now,
creatures.
doomsday.
the guy who got infected was working for the news corporation, right?
Yeah, he looks like he was a laborer hired out here. He might work.
Okay.
Yeah, he's probably works for a contractor or something.
I'll then just grab him before his contractor claims him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not even letting his family bury him or anything. This is just mine now. This body's mine.
Yeah,
Have him after I'm done with him.
I mean, it is worth mentioning every now and then that this place would be on the spectrum of death worlds by most 40k standards. So the bodies going missing in the woods is not unheard of.
Yeah, but what about if everyone in their workmen see you take the body?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
you can have his body back after we scrape out the parasite.
Can't
No,
have
no,
an open casket anyway. Why are you so scared about this?
no. You need to say it like this. This body needs to be properly destroyed, or otherwise it will affect other people. And as Tactical Solutions, we are responsible for the security of this operation.
The glory of Astoska?
Yep.
Okay.
I just have one more question. But something that's just a general question. Are the people on the planet religious, or are they? Is there anything? Are they
Good
just
question.
Yeah,
okay?
the most religious group on the planet would be the Catalians to the south, who have almost a their state doesn't have an official religion, but the state itself is religious, and their religion mostly
Okay.
involves worshiping messianic, psionic figures. So, like great saviors in the past and future, who are psionically gifted.
But the other people have no particular faith or aren't really religious.
Yeah, most other people aren't religious. You'll find traces of various religions from all over the galaxy every now and then, but there's no other organized body of religion on the planet that you know of.
That us silently.
No, it's just just general question.
And I thought Doctor said before everyone, like, sorry, the heads of four of princes, Talia.
Yeah, all the ones in the
Hmm.
official courts nowadays are.
So we wouldn't be ourselves with
No, I
their
just
dirty race.
that's not what I meant. It was just a general question because religious people tend to have a problem with you know, when dead people are disrespected or stuff like that.
Yeah, well, some of the psionic gifts include uh, what they like ghoul tech and necromancy, so some of them have less respect for the dead than others. But yeah,
Okay.
This is quite near Italian. That on the other side.
nah, this is the near the
Okay.
yeah,
Australian or
it's near the space Russian border.
Yes. Where Alyosha's from,
East.
probably. Yeah, the name Alyosha.
All right. Yep. So, I think where we left off in the jungle, it was daytime, and Simo and Pete were biding their time, taking the rest until nighttime.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, waiting on the boss lady here to get a hold of her bosses to figure out what the fuck is going to going on.
Their bosses might not be.
I could talk to them.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah, Pete and Simo sleep fairly soundly, along with the three guys you brought along. And yeah, whereabouts are you guys sleeping? By the way, do you have your own campsite up there? I can't remember if you stated it already.
I was sleeping in the helicopter.
Yeah, that works.
Just have my bedroll stretched out across the floor.
Yep, the ground is a little muddy, but there's plenty of space around the, yeah, you know, if not in the helicopter, in other areas of the base. But yeah, it's a pretty hot and muggy day the next day, and the wind has sort of calmed to a still. So there's a heavy fog that sort of or a mist more like the where the heat is sort of evaporating all the water vapor off the ground, and so there's just this really dense mist that settles over the places everyone's working, and you hear people grumbling and complaining as they're bumping into each other while they're trying to carry stuff around because nobody can see where they're going. And yeah, but you get a you're not interrupted by much over the day, and eventually you wake up a little bit before dusk, and one of the officers is looks to be the architect, approaches the helicopter where you guys are staying, and he says, "Hey, we have a situation."
What sort of situation?
Oh boy.
Yeah, so we called for help from corporate, and they decided to send a couple of self defense items and airdrop them in the clearing down by the mud flats. But they ended up dropping them up in the woods, and so about 3 hours ago we sent 4 workers out into the woods to retrieve it, and they haven't gotten back, and looks like the sun will set in about 30 minutes to an hour.
Steven's gonna sigh loudly at that.
Airstrike on your location.
not, let's not quite go that far yet.
How thick is the jungle where the drop is?
It's less than 10-meter visibility generally in this jungle with the underbrush, and the canopy causes, um, I guess you could say, low light penalties during the day, and pitch black penalties at night usually.
I'm gonna ask him to mark the general location on my nav comp.
All right, yeah, he can mark it for you. It's directly to the north of your current location, and I can draw you a little purple arrow in that direction.
Oh look, that happens to be the same direction our multi-arm lives.
I was thinking, depending on how tall are the trees?
About 10 meters, I think he said.
Yeah, 10 to 15 meters.
Because I've got 18 meters of rope. So what we could do is we could fly over to the location and just attach the rope to the helicopter and just rappel down, grab the stuff, climb back up the rope, and just leave. But if something's lying in wait, it's going to be an issue.
Well, I would rather approach this on foot with numbers rather than dangling from a rope on a helicopter like a fish on a hook. What I can do, though, is sneak up there, have a look around, and if the area is secure, then I can call you up with the helicopter.
Could just use the drone first.
That is true, but out of character, I'd rather go up there myself because using the drone is intelligence, whereas looking at it myself is wisdom, and my wisdom is a lot higher than my intelligence. So even though the drone is safer, I'd get a better roll if I went myself. About how far is it up there?
Well, they're not sure exactly where the package landed. It probably wouldn't be more than a kilometer north, and they don't know where the 4 people are at all, or if they made it to the package.
And I'll take my drone with me and I'll start moving that way on foot. And Pete can get the helicopter ready for when I call him.
All right. And are you going on your own, or are you bringing any of your goons with you?
No, I want to keep them in camp for now.
All right.
Basically, what I want to do is just recon the area, and if there's anything there, I can have Pete bring them with him. Comes up.
All right. So if you want, you can do a notice plus wisdom, and a sneak if you want to stealthily make your way through the wood. Nice. Yeah, so you notice a couple of broken branches. It looks like these guys, they followed an animal path for a little while, but they appear to have sort of strayed um, and doubled back a couple times. You know, looks like they might have had a hard time trying to figure out the easiest way to get through the brush. And you find a couple of briars that have dried blood on them as well. So it looks like they're having a rough time with the underbrush there. And you are also making your way pretty much completely silently through the woods. And you're pretty confident that anything with natural senses will have trouble detecting you by sound. All right. And and you're sort of scanning the area with your drone as you're walking, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're able to keep on track with the landscape and everything. And after about 30 minutes of walking, and you don't get too far because of how thick the brush is, but I believe you're still able to. You have goggles or something that'll help you see in the dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And the low light, the vision enhancement works even with the canopy because it you at least have some light to work with, tiny bit. Yeah. So you get out there in the woods and you hear the woods come alive at night as well. Vision is still pretty crap from the mist, which is still evaporating off, and there's a lot of heat radiating from the ground, so that makes thermal a pain to configure. Um, but eventually, you spot four humanoid heat signatures, and they appear to be standing close to one another, and you see a couple of them look kind of jittery and nervous, and they appear to be looking around a lot.
And I'm gonna basically walk up behind them like the fucking Grim Reaper and be like, "Y'all lost."
Yeah, they just complete panic immediately because you just materialize out of nothing with your 12 sneak roll, and yeah, they once they see that it's you, they're just they seem um, yeah, they're actually um, it looks like they're basically terrified beyond rational thought at this point, but they um, they seem happy to see that you're there at least.
And I'll radio Pete that I found all four of them. They're alive and look apparently well. And tell him to bring. I'll give him my coordinates from the nav comp. Tell him to bring the helicopter up here, and one of our guys to help lower a rope, and we'll haul him up in the helicopter.
Yeah, I forgot this because I was going to factor your notice roll into this as well. So I just forgot about it until just this moment. So maybe you notice this as you're speaking into the radio. So you have four guys in front of you. They all look wounded. They're covered in scrapes. Um, and none of them are really making a whole lot of sense. But they all look terrified and pumped up on adrenaline. And one of them in the back hasn't spoken yet. And the thing that you notice is that his hands are on backwards.
Huh. Well, I'm gonna play it cool. I'm not gonna act like I noticed, way out here. Just gonna play it cool
All right.
and basically wait till Peter arrives and start loading him in the helicopter like normal. I'll save him for last.
All right. Yeah, he hasn't spoken, or he looks like he's breathing, but and he's covered in cuts and bruises like all the other guys. But he's basically just standing still and hasn't spoken at all, and the other three are just jabbering and jittering and having a nervous breakdown.
Did I hear that right? Does he have his hands? Does he have backwards hands?
Yeah, it's like someone took both of his arms off and then put them on the wrong way, like Mr. Potato Head.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep. And yep, so you get the Pete to fly over the helicopter to pick everyone up.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna grab one of the guys already in camp near me
Yeah.
and tell him to hop in.
All right. Yeah, and so you lift up out of the the mist will probably make it difficult to land. Well, not difficult, but you'll need to roll for piloting. It'll be an easy check, but this will be something you'll need to it'll be a feat to land. I don't know how else to say that.
Out in the woods, the plan was going to be just to lower a rope down.
Yeah. I was just letting you
Oh.
know. You won't have to roll for that.
You mean landing back once we get all the stuff and get back?
Yeah, because you have 10 meters of visibility, which means that you're going to be able to see the tops of the trees, and there will be like a big depression, and that's how you'll see where the camp is, but you won't be able to see where any of the buildings or people are. And so you'll need a roll to land properly without damaging the helicopter or anything like that. So, and I was telling you this because you would be aware of this before you take off. So, you would also be aware that it would be a fairly straightforward roll because the only thing hampering you is visibility. But this is your decision to make, so you should know.
So we'll deal with that roll when we get back.
All right. Yep. So you fly out and to the location where Simo is. And Simo, if you want to do another notice plus wisdom real quick. All right. Yeah, you hear just the normal ambience of the jungle, and there's a it's kind of you don't really notice it like anything out of the ordinary at first, and you're kind of listening over like like I mentioned, there's the three people in front of you. They're talking almost constantly, like they're in a complete nervous wreck. So they're like twitching their hands around and speaking at 30 miles per hour, and so you're sort of having to listen over that. But there's something that sort of makes the hairs in the back of your neck stand up, and then you see a bunch of birds take flight about 300 meters north of you, and that's about the time the helicopter is arriving.
All right, I'll send my drone to go take.
All right. Yep, so you can send your drone out. It'll probably take it a few minutes to analyze the area. So you could do it now, or you could focus on boarding the helicopter, and it'll probably take a few minutes to board the helicopter with everyone climbing up, with being pulled up with the rope, probably.
Yeah, I'll focus on helping them.
All right. Yep, and there's no wind or anything like that. The only thing hampering piloting is a heavy mist, so there's no piloting roll needed to maintain altitude here. And yeah, you guys pull everyone up with the rope. Well, the three guys at least. Is there anything you want to do with the suspicious individual?
Let's send him up last, and as he's going up, I'm going to directly radio Pete and our guy up there that the last guy coming up ain't right. His, what I can tell, his hands are on backwards, so he's possibly not here. So,
I'm actually a little curious how he's going to climb the rope with backwards hands.
well, basically what I've been doing is just tying the rope around him, and then the guy up top. Because these guys are, just civilians, so I don't expect them to be able to haul their ass up a rope, especially after the shit they've been through in the jungle.
What we could do is when you're tying him to the rope, once he starts to get raised up, instead of like picking him up, once he's like halfway up, cut the rope so he falls. And we can just tell the guys the rope snapped.
I want to get him back to camp and figure out what the hell's up with.
Probably got one of the parasites in him.
Yeah, but we've never seen one this advanced. We've only seen that one in the beginning. And if we can subdue him, then we've got it alive. So just want to secure him in the rope. Just like when he gets up there, I just have our guy keep him subdued. Or basically just treat him like normal, basically. Just get him up there, treat him like normal. Send the rope back down for me, and then I'll come up. And then when we get back to base, then we'll secure him. Basically, I don't want to spook him until we've got him in a position where we can secure him.
Did you mention at all yet that he's off? Did, right?
Yeah. I was on the radio, just telling him he's off. He's off. He's not exactly human. Just keep your eye on him, but treat him as normal.
You still have trank rounds, right?
Yeah, but the trank rounds killed the thing last time. I don't want to kill it.
That's why we're going to use it on him, not the thing. Just in case. So we don't know.
That's why I want to get him back to base. That way, you, me, our guy, or our other two guys there can basically just jump him. Between the four of us, just basically hog tie his ass.
I'm just meaning like be ready because he's going to be in an enclosed space with us for a little bit, and we don't know how it's going to act.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just treat him as normal, and he shouldn't act hostile.
All right, yeah. So you attach the rope around them, and there's you're kind of maintaining your cool the entire time, trying to treat him as the rest. But it's kind of awkward because his shoulder blades don't look like they've meshed with the reversal of everything, so they're kind of jutting out of his back, and so there's all these weird bony spots you're not expecting to be there that might freak you out a little bit.
You're just trying to pretend you haven't noticed.
I didn't see that. It's all perfectly normal.
Just need to see a chiropractor.
Yeah. the but yeah, it doesn't seem to react in any way, and so you ferry him up into the helicopter, and is there anything you want to do at that point?
Once the rope gets back down to me and I start up, I'll call Fido back. Then we can head back to base.
All right. Just a moment.
Tell me. Put him in a.
I don't think they have a freezer here.
No, I thought you said you're going back to base.
No, back to the camp.
Oh, sorry.
And not all the way back to the base.
All right. So as you're raising up the last guy, Simo, you do hear the woods around you uh, sort of quiet down, and the presence that you felt in the distance has grown significantly. Is there anything you want to do in response to this?
Uh,
Try rolling a stealth check and leaving.
Just turn the opacity all the way up on your character with that 12 stealth check. Turn it all the way down, rather.
Yeah, I'll do a stealth check, but I'm not going to leave. I'm just going to hide here and see if whatever's making the noise shows up. And just have Pete take everybody back to.
All right. So right as as Pete lifts off of the helicopter, and all of there were several animals that were making a racket in response to the helicopter, like different birds and small primates, and being outraged at being woken up in the middle of the night and all of the whirring blades up above. And they all quieted down as the helicopter lifted up to leave. And the presence you felt in the woods ever since the flock of birds took flight has grown significantly. And there's also a stench that's carried on the air, which you happen to be downwind from. So you step behind a tree, and just as something emerges within sight about 15 meters from you. And let me see if I can drag this on screen.
Shit just keeps getting weirder and weirder.
It's lovely.
I think we found the home planet where the thing came.
Yeah, and I mean, I would describe the sort of motions and noises this thing is making, but I feel like the picture captures everything perfectly.
Yeah.
I can hear gasping.
It's kind of the understatement to call it weird.
It's a little
I think you
suspicious.
just set fire.
Just walking. Just
So
burn
is
it.
this thing moving around rather nimbly, or is it lumbering?
Burn everything.
It's moving kind of slowly right now, but you you know, given the fact that it was 250 meters away a short time ago, it got here pretty quick. So you can assert from that it's at least capable of moving in straight lines fairly fast.
I'm just going to maintain my position and see what it does as the helicopter pulls off.
All right. Yeah, it seems to have most of its attention fixed on the helicopter, and then as that noise fades into the distance, it focuses on the scents in the area and particularly the spot where everyone was loaded on. And it sort of paws on the ground a few times. First with a dog paw, and then it looks like a human hand that's attached to the bottom of it, and then it sort of slowly lumbers off into the woods. And you hear a small racket off in the distance, like some sort of bird, and then it like practically vanishes before your eyes as it just like pushes with its hind legs and just zips off into the brush at almost like an uncanny speed.
Placing parasite. Of nightmare.
Put the entire continent on quarantine.
I'm going to save the feed from that on my compad since I recalled my drone. And I'm going to. Which way was it heading? Was it heading towards the camp?
Is heading southwest, so it's not towards the camp. You're north of the camp right now.
So heading off in this direction.
Yeah, basically.
Quick question. They sent us back like video, any information about give it to him into any.
I mean, we can do it ourselves, can we?
I just have a read.
I can do it. My end is okay.
Well, my intention was to follow it, but since it took off so quick, I'm just going to make my way back to. I'm going to radio ahead to the other two guards that were still there. Actually, I'm going to radio to everybody. There's a big, god-awful looking fucking monster in the woods, headed southwest of, actually would be, it'll pass northwest of the camp. No one, and I repeat, no one go into the woods for any reason whatsoever.
Yeah, so right as you say that, there are a couple of guys that are just about to head off into the brush, and then one of the officers waves them over, and they start complaining, and the officer just shoos them into the power station.
What?
Oh, it's no big deal. It's just a little thing that happened. They, two guys were about to head into the woods, and then the officer just wrangled them away before they did.
Okay.
Now, when Pete gets back to the camp, him, our guy, and the other guy there can basically just jump that one fella in hog time.
Aloysia is going to summon the god of managers at this rate.
I would like to speak to your E CEO.
Radio back, man. I'll get. Wouldn't even have to do. and we'll get paid.
I can't wait. I already have the epilogue of this planned out, and it's going to be glorious.
You know, as a stealthy guy, I wasn't considering ever investing in power armor, but now that this place is turning more and more into a freaking death world, I think I might invest in power armor.
It always has been. It's been cities.
Well, I mean, not always. I mean, our first adventures was all out in the fucking woods.
Well, now think of it like this: we have a base of every major, and there's these things.
Oh fuck!
And now that we know what's out here in the woods, we're going to build fucking giant ass goddamn walls, automated defense turrets.
I
When it-
honestly capture. Same
Well-
time, I just want to Karen my way out of it.
That's my intention with the fella that's in the chopper, is capture him alive.
Put him in cold storage, man. Take him back and we'll put him in the.
Because given what these things look like, I've got a sneaky suspicion that that's what they turn into.
Yeah, like they just everything.
Back to thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we need to take you all experiment with your blood.
Absolutely.
All right, so the helicopter as it's heading back to base. You're gonna try and stick the landing, or is there some other strategy that'll be at work?
Crash land.
Well, actually, and you may decide not to do this, but to maximize your percentage, you might try landing in the mudflats over here. It's your helicopter might get stuck. The roll might be a tiny bit easier, or you could land in your proper landing pad, and it would just be a 4 or higher type roll.
Yeah, I think we should just land it here, since it's, you know, more or less a scary area.
Does the garage close when you lock the garage?
It does close, but it's got it's basically the mobile garage is it's made to be like it's a bunch of modular buildings that are folded together. It doesn't have a foundation or anything like that, so you could probably what do you like? Let me think of how to describe it. Like the whole building is basically constructed from the same material that a metal garage door would be made of.
It's gonna be, I'm assuming, pilot plus decks to land.
Yep, pilot plus decks.
And I need a 4 or higher to land without issue.
Yeah, 4 or higher to land without major problems. Yep.
As long as I don't double nat 1, we'll be fine.
Yep. Oh my god. So yeah, it's rough the landing itself. You kind of slam into the ground a little hard because with all the mist, it's difficult to gauge like where the ground is, and you have the updraft from the ground, so you're bobbing a lot before you hit your landing. But other than rattling stuff in the cabin around, everything seems to be in working order.
Yeah, it could have gone wrong.
All right, so Ensimo is probably going to take a little while to take his little scenic stroll through the woods. So, what do you guys want to do at once you get off the helicopter?
Get all our guys and jump that one guy. Hog time. Have a bow on him when Simo gets back.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab the guy I took with us from our group. and I'm just gonna hand him some rope. And as the other guys get off first, oh wait, he got on last.
Well,
Oh,
you
so
can just
he's probably sitting in the back. So he's probably getting out last as well. So as he's getting out, me and the other our employee are gonna grab him and tie him up.
All right. Yeah, I guess this would be a strength plus exert, and I'll go ahead and roll for your other dudes for them to assist you.
Boy, it's not gonna go well.
Yeah, well, they bump you up to a 6 at least. Oh yeah, that was the pilot. I forgot. Well, it bumps you up to a 4 at least. Oh well.
like
He has
point it.
retard strength.
All right, so yeah, he still doesn't say anything, but he sort of wiggles out of your grasp and goes out the other side of the helicopter, so that you have to kind of run around the chassis of the chopper to, you know, basically try to tackle him again. Is there any particular way you guys want to go about this, other than just, you know, knocking him to the ground?
I really just want to shoot him with a trank dart.
Yep, just to remind you of like the whole situation. So you've just landed. You got a couple of people coming out to meet you because they've heard the chopper land. The mist is still rolled in, and it's the middle of the night, so you're dealing with darkness, and the mist is restricting vision to 10 meters, and it's very muddy. So you're at a little bit of a movement penalty, including the guy you're chasing. So that's not much of an issue, but you're just, you know, ankle or knee deep in mud. So yeah, you can try to trank him. Might be a little difficult to hit him. You could try to tackle him. You know, might get stuck in the mud. That's the kind of situation you're dealing with right here. Just so you know.
I'm gonna have the other two guys go after him, start to go after him, and I'm gonna take a shot with the trank round.
All right.
And if anyone's come out and they see him, I'm gonna tell them to be careful, or if there's any like that are gonna be in the way that he's running, to try and trip him.
Yep, you can go ahead and take your shot if you want. All right. Yep, it's a wide miss, unfortunately. And the other two guys, they're gonna try and tackle him now. All right. Yeah, the first guy succeeds. The second guy isn't much help. He manages to get his hands around the guy, and they're tussling around in the mud. At this point, the backwards hands guy isn't putting up too much of a fight, but he appears to be sort of writhing around unnaturally on the ground, which is making him a bitch to get a hold of.
I'm gonna run over, try and tie him up as best as.
All right. Yeah. So you tie him up, and as best you can. Um, and is there anywhere you want to take him from there?
Edna probably spends most of her time in the control center, right?
Yeah. She during the day she wanders basically all across the camp. During the night she's in the control center.
We're gonna take him to the control center because this is starting to get a little out of hand.
All right. First aid table 2. Electric Boogaloo. Yep. So the three of you get him back to the control center, and by that time, probably Simo is making his way back into camp, and you know, you don't really notice it. It kind of blends into the background, the normal jungle ambience. But to Simo, who's emerging from a really quiet part of the woods, he hears the comforting sounds of nocturnal jungle as he makes his way past the palisade.
When he gets back, he's going to head towards the control center.
Yeah, and a couple people who saw you wrestling some guy in the helicopter. They're, you guys are focusing on getting him into the control center, but they're sort of asking questions like, where's this guy going? Where have you been? Is everyone okay? Did you get the stuff that was dropped up there? You could choose to answer those questions or just power through either way. They're not going to stop you since you appear to be carrying a body.
Uh, got stuff. For the most part, everyone's okay.
We didn't get the stuff. We just got the people. We can
Oh,
go
we
back for this. We can go.
Oh,
back
we
for
didn't
the
find.
stuff.
They weren't with the stuff.
No, they didn't. They look like they were just lost. In fact, they have less. They have less stuff than when they set out with. They appear to have lost most of their survival gear.
Simo, tell everybody asking questions that no, we didn't find the stuff. We'll go forward in daylight. We found 3 of the survivors, or 3 of the people that went out there. The 4th one is not human, as far as we can. There is no longer human since this thing takes him over. I'm also going to show them the video of that creature that came into the clearing. Say, this is why you don't go into the woods at night.
All right. I will roll for some stuff real quick. Probably is good, especially if you have low social stuff to just show people what they're dealing with. But
Yeah.
they might have trouble focusing for a little while. Yeah, they don't. Edna actually is taking it pretty well. It seems like this wasn't exactly what she imagined she would be doing when she came out here, but she's convinced that she still has a possibility of making it out of this alive so far. The architect and the supply officer aren't faring quite so well. They sort of they leave the control room. The architect is throwing up on the ground, and the supply officer is trying to get service on his data slab. Trying to call several different people, and he looks like he's in a panicky sort of mood.
The right time, boy. Send me the word. Get fooled.
Simo's just gonna walk over, put his hand on the guy, just like, calm down. We're in camp. You're safe.
Give
Yeah,
up.
but he doesn't. He doesn't know.
All right, so are you gonna have the you have this guy tied up? He looks like he's still trying to get out of the bindings, but he hasn't talked or anything yet. Are you gonna do anything with him in the immediate future?
Double securing with some of my own rope, and put him in a crate with some air holes in it.
All right.
Since I don't think this place has a proper jail, so just put him in a crate, poke some air holes in it.
All right, so yeah, this will probably happen while you're drilling, fixing up the crate after the guy's been tied up. And is there anything you're doing, Pete, or are you just supervising so far?
I'm just, waiting to see what. I'm assuming Edna's talking to her bosses again.
Yeah, she calls a few people, and she's also trying to calm the people in her immediate surroundings because she knows that while support from corporate would be nice, she also needs to make sure that the people who can protect her right now are have their heads together as well. And she steps outside a little bit afterwards to talk to some of them. Your two goons are still in here, kind of bewildered as to this whole situation because they've just noticed that this guy's arms are on backwards. It wasn't something they thought to look for at first, but now that he's on the table, fully in view, they're like, "Wait, hold on a second, something's not right here."
Something's fucky.
Once this guy is secured, I'm going to send them back out on the perimeter.
Yeah, so they go out there. It's about the time that they're heading back out that you get a call from your soldier down at the new campsite. He says, "Hey, I heard you got back a few minutes ago. I heard the helicopter land. Oh, I got something's going on over here. I hear some people arguing out in the woods. I didn't see them leave the campsite, and I told them that they weren't supposed to go out into the woods. I turned a couple of them away, but someone must have gotten past me. I don't know, but I can hear them out there."
You can hear what they're saying.
No, it just sounds like they're arguing.
All right. Which direction? Oh,
Yeah, he says about north of my position in the new campsite, just past the old campsite.
all right. I'm going to start heading that direction. I'm going to enter stealth mode as soon as I enter the woods. I just tell my other guys to stay on the perimeter. Don't let anybody into the woods. Contact me if anybody comes out of the woods.
Yep, he says, "Roger that." All right. So Simo's gonna head stealthily through the woods, and meanwhile um, yeah. So this is after the other guy has been contained. I may have missed that part, but do you say you were gonna put that on hold, or were you going to investigate this after the guy is contained?
Pete's still there at the control room. I was going to leave him in charge of that.
Okay, yeah. So Pete's gonna finish packaging the guy.
I'm just going to head straight on out there.
All right. Yeah, give me a notice plus dexterity, or notice plus wisdom. I mean to say, and you're trying to negotiate, at night through these woods, and this mist is also playing hell with your sensors. All right. Yeah. So as you go through the woods, you can hear what the guy's talking about. It sounds like almost like a couple arguing, a man and a woman, and it's like echoing through the woods. Like they're really like the voice is really carrying, and there's also um, a couple other sounds mixed in there. Like it sounds like there's some tin cans rattling around, and like a um, what like a padding walking sound, like if someone were stomping on like concrete. And in that last sound is especially strange because there's nothing like that in this part of the jungle. There's just wood and mud and grass. So it's kind of like hearing a patio noise in the middle of the woods. And that's
I'm assuming it's that little owl thing again, but I'm going to bring Fido over and use the observation suite to see if I can isolate the different sounds.
yeah, you can do that. That'd be int plus wisdom, I suppose.
How do I roll intelligence plus wisdom?
Oh, I said something stupid. Sorry. Hold on. I actually think there is a way you roll attribute on attribute, but that's not what I meant to ask. I was multitasking too much again. Um, yeah, wisdom plus or intelligence plus notice is what I meant to say. Yeah, you scan the area and you don't see any large heat signatures immediately, and so you immediately zone in on smaller ones about the size of that owl you found earlier. And yeah, it does appear to be one of those owls is perched on a branch. It doesn't even appear to be making noises directly at the southern campsite. It's just turning its head around and apparently mimicking something it's heard at some point.
And I'll radio that guard and tell him it's just one of those owl things, and I'll head back to the upper camp.
All right.
All right, didn't he say somebody got past him and went in?
Well, that was the guard you're just talking to. He said he heard a couple out in the woods, and assumed it was a group, like someone who went out there for some reason when they weren't supposed to, and got past them.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right, then I'll just head back to the upper camp. And when I get back there, I'm going to find the manager and be like, call your bosses and let me talk to them.
Yeah, yeah, Edna, she says she can't get a hold of her bosses at the moment. She's going to call them in the morning when there's a better chance of getting hold of them. But she'll keep calling in the meantime.
All right, the instant you get a hold of them, let me know.
She's been rolling Connect pretty much since she got here. But yeah. And last I remember, Pete was still in packaging up the guy in there, so he's probably in a nice box with air holes in it.
Once we've got him secured in that, I guess we can lock him in the garage.
Guys, I gotta go.
That's fine. Yeah, it was. Um, yeah, good gaming with you this week. I'll see you next week, dude.
Yeah. Good night, everyone. It was fun.
No,
Good night, man.
Yeah, I just realized how long we've been going, so probably should wrap it up in the near future, based on my schedule.
Need to finish this.
Yeah, I wish. There's a little bit.
I need a Susan.
Yeah. Yeah, you were looking at a pretty big pay bump from the beginning, but now you're looking at big money.
I will harass the news source handle. Not just fake news.
All right. Um, yeah, so you have the guy in a box. Is there, and your patrols are back out? Anything else? Anything you guys want to look into now?
once we get him secured, let's just get everybody back on patrol. I'll get back in my spot above the garage and get Fido looking around.
I wonder if that large creature is the humanoid one we saw in the cave. That's just evolving.
This is how SEMO feels right about now. It's something in memes.
Yeah.
Part of an accident.
I'm having a serious, I'm having a serious Burt Gummer moment.
Yeah, I just want to remind you as well of the initial pitch for the mission is when you're asked, like, what are we defending the camp from? And they said, the previous foreman said something about trouble with the local wildlife.
They said there was pretty much no. They just need something to do. Well, workers are.
Yeah, they were like, when the construction was delayed, they they were basically like, okay, well, what's the problem? We can hire some security to watch over you. Is it guerrillas? Is it terrorists? Is it like, what's the deal? Is it bandits? And they're like, no, it's and they described the situation as you guys are experiencing it now, except they didn't get as much eyes on the creatures as you have. and then the business the business back home said, "Oh, local wildlife. Okay, we'll hire a few guys to go out there and kill the bears or whatever that's attacking you."
Well, do I know anything that's they still cut off being able?
Well, they can contact you. The reason the other guys can't get a hold of corporate is because corporate is busy and doesn't realize the gravity of the situation here.
Oh, we'll get hold. Don't you fucking you know that these want to tell me?
Basically, once lady gets a hold of her bosses and SEMO talks to him, it's like, look, it's like, if you want this place properly defended, we need proper walls, watchtowers, possibly some automated defenses, and at least cut this goddamn forest back at least 100 meters around the camp.
Burn it.
It's like clear out 100 meters all the way around the camp.
Should I call them standards bending? Try and get some money to hire.
Yeah, you could look into that. Are you basically looking to sub hire a mercenary company and maybe look at getting compensation for doing so, something like that?
I want them to pay me to sub hire a mercenary company as well as get.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, you can. I think we can um, end the session now. But before,
I think we should just hire in new guys and be like, "Welcome to Tactical Solutions. You're fighting this thing."
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna do, but I just them to hire on. I'm gonna say sub mercenary so I can get lots of money, and only spend a little.
yeah,
They don't need to look at my books.
yeah, you can go ahead, start off, before the end of the session, just so I can prepare stuff for next time. Um, you can do I guess this would be connect plus, um, well, I guess since you're at the base, you'd have to rely on connect plus intelligence because you have no way to get back to Flagstone to talk your way around.
So good.
All right. Yep, and so that's the 8th is your attempt there.
That a fail?
Yeah, it technically was a fail, but that's just one day's work. You can try again in the next day. And you guys should remember you also have favors with the Australian Air Force.
Is that as done?
I think we'll go ahead and say we'll call it for today in the session now, and we can pick it back up from here next week if that's good with you guys.
Yeah.
That's good.